Good morning, everybody. I hope you're having a lovely day. I am back. I've deleted the extra profile I made in order to access the moles. I don't really care if I see moles again. I have the fucking achievement, so that might solve some of my problems with the save issue. But I have a funny feeling answers is... Oh, I'll pet the kitties. I pet them. No, don't puke on the floor! Is this because I petted chicken? Oh, did you just hork a ball on the floor? You did! Why? Hairballs. Bleh. I really just had to include that part of the fucking game. Cat hork. Oh, that's not where we're going. That's not where we're going. There's no crying in baseball. I need to go to a house in a thicket. Which is becoming the sad beige house. Of a sad beige mom. I'm chopping down trees because they're unsafe. Surface. Alright. God. What is this? Maybe it's supposed to wrap around the edges of another structure or something. Anything else with that pattern? No? That one, maybe? the name of this? X stars. Or these patterns are meant to match up, aren't they? The only tile in one direction, I guess? Yeah, I guess the only tile in one direction. That's ridiculous. Here for the pastels. Let's see how beige the house is so far. The house is very beige. It needs more beige. Admittedly, there's more beige to come, but so far we have a very beige living room. Very austere right now because I haven't really decorated that much. And then, oh, I need lights in this room. You need lights. Some sort of ceiling lamp. Some sort of ceiling lamp that I can make be beige. Beige. What? Here? Now I'll put one here. And then we'll cry because it probably won't work. It's not as bad as it could be. It could be worse. But yeah, this is the place where you take a shower. And like it's more of a laundry room. And then we have the pool, which should make a splash, but it don't make a splash. This house will be very, very, very beige. Beige with beige flavoring. My only problem right now is trying to figure out what the hell to do with these frickin' holes in the wall. I've had a couple of buildings with them so far, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just put a window here, I guess? But it feels weird. It feels weird, and I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do about it. This needs a heckin' patio. It needs a heckin' patio. Ooh, I could make a gazebo that's beige. Furniture. Oh. Structures. Gazebo. Not beige enough. No beige options. Nope. I mean, there's wooden ones. There's trellises and shit. What this thing? Minio gazebo. Oh, but the roof has to be another color. No. We cannot have people become infected with the colors of not beige. Ruins the aesthetic. What's a trellis of some flavor? Yeah. Okay, okay. We got a pergola. Pergola moco. Each. Nut. That's almost got too much. That's almost got too much to it. Each it is. Oh. Yes. Something to this. I also planted carrots because there's an achievement for planting too many carrots. I have a carrot garden. Carrots. Better. Oh shoot! Huh? Did I bump it and made the water go out? It's not a very good design if I could just bump it with my mower and the... You know, they don't need to know that. They don't need to know that's a current problem. It's probably fine. Probably. Anyways. I had to figure out whether I'm gonna knock out this mini wall here between this area and this area, because I really feel like I probably should. I want to make this into a bedroom. Yes, I'm thinking bedroom with this spot. Probably the child's bedroom. And then this will be another bedroom. And then I don't know what to do about this. And then this could be a bathroom, and this could be a bathroom. And what are we doing with our lives? And is this supposed to be 2 bathrooms? Or just 1 bathroom in a weird place where mold grows in the walls? Also, the question of the day is like, why? Make this hall so demented. Like if I knock out this wall and just put a wall here, then this hallway would be the same width. Why did they do this in the first place? Why would you do this in the first place? It makes sense. What are you two boys looking at? I see you switching back and forth there. Me to all my headmates. Percussive maintenance. We'd say it's truly open concept, but honestly, we're just making the hallway make sense. Oh, I need to sell this. Mash. Hello, I put the little drums in whenever you're wielding the hammer. Look it! There's no reason for you to fall down. I mean, I understand on a lot of levels just fucking checking out because, you know, something scared you, but still. There's no need for that. God, this house is badly fucking designed. Why don't you make a proper hallway that's the same width the entire way? Now I have to bust everything and rebuild it 2 feet over. Could have saved me so much time by just doing it right the first time. Common sense, people. Mashing. around. Oh no. Fuck me. Fuck off. Come on. Got too hammer happy. Just trying to figure out why there was like a little nibble that wasn't working properly, and I'm taking it on fucking walls. No, I'm not painting. Back to smashing. I gotta fucking get rid of the rest of this. Gotta repaint that wall now. Okay. I actually think removing... They want 2+ bathrooms. So if I make this 2 separate bathrooms... work. Wouldn't be the master bedroom bathroom? Take a look at that door. Not demolition. 1, 2, 3, 4. This also gives me the opportunity to do that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. A nice wide open area now. So much better. House isn't confusing and unbreathing and terrible anymore. Miracles. Let me build your house for you. I say with ego, as though I actually knew what I was doing. Let's take a dive off the wall again, fair enough. Okay, I need to find the door that this build originally used. It is hopefully somewhere. I think it's a werewolf. Yeah, it looks like a werewolf. Werewolf brown? That's a werewolf brown. This needs to smash. Music got excited again. There we go. There we go. Very nice. This is just a wee bathroom. I think it's gonna have a sink and a toilet. This is a giant hole in the wall. Someone figured out what to do with. Ah. He's a long runner bug. I need more of these beige ass things. Where are you? Orange. Very nice. I need to find the floor treatment I'm using. Flooring. Floor. It was expensive. Eddie. Bowl! You could bowl down this hallway. Oh, yeah. This needs a sink. Why? Huh? Oh, installations. I was like, what am I doing wrong here? I think. And a toy. Definitely doesn't need a plug on it. Very nice, very nice. I need a beige ass fixtures. Thanks. Hardly. Not quite centered. But we'll cope. I'm not going to tear it out of the wall, just a toilet. Can any of it? Hey, this one I know can. We won't go to that one unless we need to. We probably are gonna need to because, like, most of these are sort of this is horrible. I love it. I realize so much of the way I play this is horrible. I love it. This is awful. Oh, it's so ugly. I fucking hate it. Where are we? Floor and ceiling. Or tile. Why is there no grout? Fuck. The fuck? See, this is grout. It's the same pattern. This is all not grouty. What? I mean, what you see what you get, I guess, but why? Why? What? Of course, it's not actually tiles. Why would something that looks like a tile be a tile? It just ain't. It ain't tiles. Okay. Oh, we just need paint in here. So beige is shit. Beige is shit. Balls, paint. Good lord, it's already 11. I might do the kitchen right, Peach. might be too much color. But I'm willing to risk it. Because I really do like bright peach. I think doing natural beige in here would look awful. Which is why I'm deeply considering doing it. Coffee with milk sounds good. This bathroom was done in light biscuit. No, because if I want to make this the nursery, I really would want this to be a wall. What if I install a door? 2 meters tall. Exterior. Fixed. Ah ha 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 ha. That solves the problem. Yeah, I think that's probably better. Perfect. Sliding door, Soleil's brown. Slide. There we go. Much nicer. Look at that. Very nice. Hmm. Lovely. Okay. So now, we're going to mirror. Decoration. Mirrors. Aha, wooden mirror in a mirror. Oh. Crap. I'm not trying to sell to you old people. Old! You're too old to appreciate my artistry. Jack Tarrington is randomly interested. Also, the fact I placed the mirror cottoned on that this was another bathroom? What? What? I need a light in here. Light. Ceiling. Oh no, halogen lamp mini is only really very specific. have to go with the circulo. I suppose there are sconces. What else would I use in a room like this? You know, that's actually kind of fine. Maybe put a sconce here. I did not place those well. I did not. It looks a little bit cockeyed. Alright. Actually, kind of like this as a sort of like nightlight. I can feel like the mirror's judging you. Looking. It's looking. Pick an eye. Okay, things at this room. The biggest contrast we get is between cedar and elm. The beige soap in there, yes! Yes, so beige! So very beige! Toilet paper holder. Kind of too bright. Oh, shit. And yet somehow this one's darker. Hmm. Is there a trash basket? Wood. Or wicker. Sure. This is almost like a laundry basket. Oh, it's really big. Big. What are you supposed to do with that? Oh no, that's too brightly colored. Wouldn't want to overstimulate people. What somebody think of the children? Decorations for... We don't want to go too far. Simplicity. That's too much stimulation. It's good for a front door, but there's another one that I know is very, very and beige. Right there. Heckin'. Okay. I need a long rug. I need a long rug. Long. There's a long. So brightly colored. We don't need bright colors. Bright colors are stimulating and they're dangerous. Stimulating and dangerous. Pale and terrible. That's what we're here. Now I need a runner. I need a runner for this hall. I just need a runner that actually like tiles with itself and doesn't look terrible. Bright colored rectangle carpet. How about pale as hell, make people feel miserable? Cream. Perfect. I can use these, but it's not quite a runner, and it doesn't match itself. Plop them in here. So they can get all grody or something. That's probably a good idea to have a rug in there. I wonder if this carpet tiles. Probably not, because it's got rounded edges. Why did I do that? They needed to know if it would tile. I might tile this way. Perfect. Oh, that hallway has a runner. I mean, technically it's white in a room full of beige, but it's close enough. So this is going to be the master bathroom. Just having a path from here to the maybe in the same stuff as the pool is surrounded by. Don't I cannot do it now. Don't you think about I can't do it now. Don't you be sitting there saying I can't do it now. You can do it right now. I'm just saying. Ha ha ha. Paving stone oval. Paving stone oval. Technically, these are the same color. Technically, they're the same color. Technically. They're supposed to be beige, but they're not coming across as being intensely beige. They are not. No, they're not. Aww, so close. And yet. Knew I should have put the deck down first. I knew I should have put the deck down first. I knew I should have done it, and then I didn't do it, and now I'm fucking paying for it, and now I'm really annoyed. Oh my god. That's a little crap! Oh look, the sports surface is also not good enough. Alright. Because we needed to paint the ground. Paint the ground. Surfaces. You're telling me I can't even put this in here? It just changes, it just paints the ground. Hit the button, hit the button. Never before has gravel been laid out so fucking perfectly. Yeah. Glorious. Sad beige mom and a sad beige palace. Oh yeah, there's a plant. There's an ugly as shit plant. Okay, wait. Plant. Decoration. Plants. There is an ugly as shit. Yes. Look at this piece of shit. So big. I want to put it somewhere. I don't know where to put it, but it needs to go somewhere. There's like nowhere for it to be. It's so huge, it don't fit nowhere. Blocks the TV. Yes. Yes. The real question. Do I want a window here? The answer is, I think I want a window there, and I think I want a window here too. Window. Windows. The I-A-M. Base is dark. Oh no, the base is white. Color is dark brown. Details are black. Oh. Ah. Ooh, I want this in the bedrooms. Oh, that's perfect. Right over top of the rotten tiles. Oh, lovely. Not the kitchen. A bit too light for the kitchen. Kitchen needs some oomph. Even if it's gonna be beige as shit. Not okay. Not sure where I would put that in terms of flooring. Maybe in a shed. Ugh. Like for a barn. Why do the panels gotta be so damn big? They don't look good. Carpet in my kitchen. More likely than. No, this doesn't match the aesthetic. That doesn't match the aesthetic. Fancy. Ooh, fancy. You know, if it just had the little dovetail and not the stupid stripe, perfect. Used Alome before, but I think it's got too much. Oof. Right. Well, you know what? I think that'll work. Oh yeah, that looks nice and clean. The reason why I didn't want to use the same tile, the panels that is in here, is this is like kind of warm, but warm does not necessarily read as clean. This reads as clean. Clean. Somewhere between this beige and the beige I used in the back bathroom. Single angle at which I could put this so that it could sit from. So funny. Okay. We're gonna have to look at the paint chart again, even though it makes everything. House flipper paint guy. House flipper paint guy. We were using. We used light biscuit and. What did I use? Gold champagne would be too bright. Delicate cacao. Paint. Brown. Oh, it's darker than I wanted it to be. Way darker. believe this is light cream. And this one's light biscuit. Oh, that's way too fucking dark. Yeah, I like the light cream. There's warm lighting in the living room, so I could just do cooler lighting in here and it'd work. And yes, the game is a little bit merciful when it comes to how your paint roller gets full. Whatever color you touch last becomes the color you're using. Absolutely perfect for this particular purpose. You don't know which color of beige you want to use. All kind of beige. There we go, that's looking a bit better. Oh, not done yet. Well, these little guys. Gigantic bucket of paint I'm never gonna use. Use that one. Very nice. Very nice. We like that a lot. We like it a lot. Oh, we don't like that very much. Yeah, yeah. Wait, wait. No, I placed that one myself. Big step underground. No, 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 no. Sorry, I was looking at achievements and whether or not there's any more that I could do in this house with something specific, and it doesn't. Alright. Kitchen stuff. Kitchen. Functional. This looks like it could be an aesthetic. This looks like. Light brown all the way around. Like, bring on the light brown, but do we have something that... I want you to do it like... The light brown was perfect. Why is there no equivalent to light brown here? Why are you like this? Why did you make it like this? It would have been perfect. This is the perfect fucking color. Why? God damn. Alright. Let's see what we got here. What do we got for the tabletop? Nah. No. Wooden cabinet with sink. That's Generally not a fan of the snowman cupboards. Let's see what we... Oh no, that's good colors. Nope. Way too colorful. Are you trying to destroy the eyes of everyone around you? Hair bloom is okay. The actual base is one color. That's also not gonna match what I've got so far. Fuck. It's almost too much. Which is such a sad fucking thing to say, but it is. It's almost too much for what I'm going for. What if we did it this? Oh. Yes. I think that's too. That's too colorful too. You know that works. That works. Okay. That doesn't work. Red bloom is too bright. Flowers has color. Light has color in it. Orange is too bright. You know, that works. Checker works. Brown works too. And that's too bright. I think that one works. I think that one works. Snowman light cupboard. Snowman light cupboard with cream and cream. Light and light. Cream and cream, light and light. Oh no, it's so yellow in here. Okay, well, let's see what the other one looks like. Better. Oh, I suppose I should check out what the spare bloom looks like. Yeah, just... Snowman light cupboard.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real setup of dunkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive Dahunka Bankaloos. Big old Panahanga Cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bakhanaga hooks. Humongous Hungalonga no no logangas.
Here's the other. Good evening. I had a healthy din din and ice creams to completely wipe out all the healthy. And thank you. Cream and cream light. Oh, I don't like it. Don't like it. Oh no. We'll do dark. Indeed. Oh, the Smoths are suddenly interested. And they're the ones who I want to actually have blood. She seems like a sad. I'm gonna put a fridge here. Can you be beige? Not nearly. Not beige. And you beige? Okay, I like it, but I don't like... Actually, up again. It's fine. These counters are a little short. Just realized they're kind of shortish. Oh my gosh. Eyeballs are itchy tonight. Cream, cream, dark. I think I got something wide enough to fit in there? Because I have a funny feeling the answer's no. Cream, cream, dark. Fixed. Cream. is it a narrow one with multiple covers? Guess there's a narrower one with multiple covers. Yeah, I guess that. Green, dark gray. Okay, snowman light cupboard. Do we have hanging ones? No way. The snowman set doesn't have. Oh. Maybe it'll be snowman light hanging cupboard? Still feels so tiny. It's so itty bitty. There's a set of tall ones. Oh, those are too big. Those are way too big. That's ridiculous. Why? Why must you be like that? Yeah, that looks dumb. Can't win for losing. okay for a kitchen to be small. Okay for a kitchen. I still managed to fuck it up. Yes, yes, I did. Yes, I did manage to fuck it up entirely. 40 is 35. We have a narrow. Oh, that's a tall one. I need a regular one, but really narrow. 25. 25 is the same. Handle dark. Is this still wrong? Like somehow I've still put them up wrong. I know I have. I know I have. Life. It's not right. Bigger. 30. White. Gray. Yeah. Yeah, we'll pretend that's okay. We will pretend that's okay. We'll pretend that's okay. Okay, it's okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Fine, it's fine. Fine, it's fine. I hate this place so much already. I love it. I hate it and I love it at the same time. For different reasons. I love that I'm succeeding at making something I hate. I'm like, it can't be like this, can it? Yes, no, it is. It is. I just went and re-verified from my tiny brain. Is this really this extreme? And the answer is yes, yes, it fucking is. It is. That's got too much color in it. Wait, there's something sad. How big can I make this? Holy shit! Maybe not that big. Violation of my eyes. It really is that. It really is. It really, really is. Like, my brain is getting so saturated from the colors being so restricted. How do people think that this isn't gonna ruin their children? How do people think this? How do people look at this and go, yeah, no, this is a great idea. I should definitely do this to my child. Oh my god, that's perfect. Painting. Will it fit in here? Is it too bright? Yes. And if you don't know the motif I'm going for, it's this weird group of individuals who want their children, specifically like their babies, to not really see color as a means to like kind of have this kind of like hyper-natural aesthetic, which just ends up being shades of beige. Beige and brown, a little bit of white, beige and brown and white. Like, everything's beige and brown and white. In fact, this is probably too many colors. Got some darkness to it. Yeah, everything is just white and beige in their houses. And it's unhealthy, and it makes me cry on the inside. And, yeah. That's the aesthetic we're going for. You know, I might be able to use this. was just like, you know what? I'm gonna re-verify what I'm looking at. Yep, no, it really is that bad. It really is that restricted. That restricted. Hmm. I don't want to do this.
There's a new crop of moms who are apparently allergic to color. So-called beige moms are obsessed with maintaining a neutral monochromatic aesthetic throughout their homes, going so far as to only purchase beige colored clothing for their kids, decorating their homes with an all-neutral beige inspired aesthetic, and spray painting their kids' toys beige so that their toys don't disrupt with the neutral aesthetic of their homes.
Hello, it's me, a sad beige mom, and I'm back with part 2 of my Step 2 roller coaster makeover. I'm continuing my quest to turn the world of childhood wonder into a grayscale adventure. So strap in for another episode of the Chromatic Chronicles, where the only spectrum we're interested in is the soothing palette of beige. Armed with my trusty can of beige spray paint, today I'm giving a second coat and assembling this beige masterpiece. As I spray away, I can't help but reflect on the tranquil transformation unfolding before me. The twists and turns of the roller coaster are now embracing a muted elegance. It's not just about neutralizing the colors, it's about crafting a vibe that says, easy does it. With each sweep of the spray can, I can feel a sense of accomplishment. The vibrant reds and blues are fading into the background, making way for a harmonious blend of beige bliss. Because after all, beige is best. Now the assembly begins. It's not just about paint, it's about bringing together elements of simplicity and peace. I fit the beige pieces together like a puzzle, creating a masterpiece that whispers life doesn't have to be loud. So fellow enthusiasts of the beige aesthetic, stay tuned for part 3 of my exciting journey to drain the rainbow. As I continue this adventure, I'm contemplating adding a Cricut sticker to the mix for that extra touch. Any ideas on what it should say? Drop your recommendations below and join me in part 3 as I unveil the transformed look to my sad beige baby.
Okay.
This trend is yet another example of the obsession with aesthetic culture, but it's even more troubling because it's being imposed on children. For beige moms, everything has to be Instagrammable or TikTok ready. But this trend detracts from the vibrant colors that are usually associated with childhood, and is perpetuating this very unrealistic standard of a carefully curated appearance. This is a perfect example of how TikTok culture translates into real lives and how the mommy influencer industrial complex I just created that. I don't know if that's a thing, but it's a thing now. The impact of the mommy influencer industrial complex and their preoccupation with aesthetics. It's gotten to a point now where it's become so cartoonish that it doesn't even feel real. It feels more like an SNL segment than real life. And it's even weirder than you think. The beige mom is a mom who has neutral colored clothing and a pristine home and a baby on her arm clad with a neutral palette to match. Haley DeRoche, a writer and librarian, went viral coining the term sad beige, referring to how the lack of color evokes feelings of sadness and lifelessness. According to Haley, sad beige is when your aesthetic is marketed in such a way that it views childhood as a somber experience, and dressing your child this way or creating this environment will create a calm environment full of little scholars who want nothing more than to just like listen to Mozart quietly in their beige room and play quietly with their one wooden toy. The virality of the sad beige mom trend reached new heights with a TikTok video featuring a mom spray painting her child's toy Christmas tree with muted neutral beige colors.
Go ahead and call me crazy or a sad beige mom for what I'm about to do. Today I'm giving the step 2 My First Christmas Tree a total makeover. I'm leaning into my inner Pinterest mom with the vision to neutralize the tree, and I can already hear you thinking that I'm gonna ruin my toddler's Christmas by painting over these colors. Let's be real, my toddler's favorite toys are brown cardboard boxes and clear plastic water bottles, so I really think that she's a neutral girly at heart. After taking a good long look at the tree, I headed over to Lowe's where I picked out all of our spray paint colors. I can list them all below if you guys would like. If you're crazy like me and end up doing this DIY, make sure to get the kind that specifically says that bonds to plastic. Once I decided which colors of spray paint to use on each part, it was go time. I originally wanted to paint the body of the tree a brown, but then I realized, you know what, I want my tree to look a little bit alive, so here I am painting an already green tree another shade of green. It gave it a very realistic Christmas tree look, which I love. The gold was way less gold than what I was thinking for the star, but I actually kind of dig the brass antique look. For the tree skirt, I used this satin color Rust-Oleum paint. When it was time to paint the ornaments, I just took some painter's tape and I covered the little ornament hooks with those. I wanted to keep those white. Here's a little pro tip that I learned, or basically a rookie mistake that I made. And honestly, I'm so silly I didn't do this in the first place, but you'll definitely want to hang up the ornaments in order to spray paint them, not leaving them laying on the cardboard, getting super goopy in the paint. After a few hours when the paint dried, I was able to go in with a coat on the back side of the trees, and all that was left to do is to let it sit and dry overnight. Thankfully, there was only a little bit of peeling on one of my trees that I could easily fix. It was almost time for the moment of truth and to see how it all looked together. Here's how the DIY ornaments turned out, guys. Honestly, I love them. They are definitely giving organic, modern vibes. I might even go back in to add some little velvet ribbon bows along the hooks. I absolutely love it, but let me know what you think.
This video garnered widespread attention, and it really called into question the extent in which parents are willing to go, even at the expense of their own children's colorful experiences.
I just saw this mom, you know that like Little Tykes fake plastic Christmas tree that kids can decorate as they please? It's like close to $100 if I remember correctly. I looked into it whenever my kids were little. I just saw this girl on TikTok spray paint the entire thing to match her beige mom aesthetic. I just find that so sad. Like, don't get me wrong, I love like grays and neutrals as much as the next person, but my daughter's bedroom is bright pink. My son's bedroom is bright blue and has Mario characters all over it. Our toys are all colorful. It's important for their development. I can't get on trend. I can't get on board with the whole beige mom trend and everything having to be neutral and boring. Like, how absolutely devastating for your kids. Grow up, let them be kids. You can have your own boring ass personality, but leave your kids out of it.
I hate moms who make their kids adhere to their aesthetic, okay? And what I mean by that is wrapping their kids' gifts in all moody, neutral wrapping paper, making sure that they don't have any colored toys in the house because it disrupts the
That's horrible.
vibe of the living room. It makes me literally sick to my stomach when I see a kid who's not allowed to wear like My Little Pony on their shirt because
Absolutely.
it's not like, what are you doing?
I couldn't agree more.
It makes me so upset. Like, imagine, could you imagine, like, think about how exciting color was to you as a kid, like how fun it was to walk into a classroom and like everything's so bright and colorful and stuff. Could you imagine like how you would feel as a child walking around and everything
And you just have like nude velvet ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is horrible. Terrible.
And all because your mom wants to post you on her Instagram.
What stage of capitalism are we in right now that people have commodified a damn color? Like, how are you obsessed with beige because of TikTok? And it's especially concerning when you think about the idea of moms spray painting their children's toys. When kids often put toys in their mouths, that can't possibly be safe.
What I find so interesting and sad about this trend of people spray painting their children's toys 50 Shades of Beige is that we are literally spray painting with toxic paint over perfectly serviceable toys for the illusion of wealth. That's my theory anyway. I think it's fairly well established that the look people are going for with this aesthetic is that of wealthy people. It has trickled down from the upper echelons down to us, the normies. Obviously, it's from the Kardashians, but it's also from places like The Row. We also associate those aesthetic colors and like those muted tones with eco-friendly products. But like, now we're painting over perfectly fine toys that have gone through some like rigorous testing if they're coming out of like big brands. You know, like Little Tikes, Fisher-Price, all of that stuff. We're painting over these perfectly fine things that have been through rigorous testing, and we're painting over them with toxic paint and not always sealing it so that we can look rich and eco-friendly. we will literally cover our children's toys with toxic paint to look eco-friendly. What are we doing? And the answer is we're doing it for the gram. We're doing it for what we look like. It doesn't matter what the actual physical thing is anymore, as long as it looks good on the little tiny screen that you're holding in your hand. Personally, I'm not a safety expert here at all, but personally, I wouldn't be coating my children's toys in toxic materials if they were going to put them in their mouths, which children absolutely do. Even if you don't see it, they do. There's a lot of stuff your children do that you don't see.
This trend was, of course, largely influenced by Kim Kardashian because somehow almost every toxic trend on the internet that's targeted at women somehow has a Kim Kardashian connection somewhere in there. She flaunted her white and beige Christmas decor.
Let me show you the hallway. All these pretty custom trees.
What?
We did for our
What?
Christmas Eve party last year.
What? That's so ugly! Bitch! What the fuck?
Every time it's so pretty.
No, that's not pretty!
I love these. They're so whimsical.
It looks like cotton batting tied with fucking string!
Launched a series of sandy monochromatic ensembles for her Skims shapewear line, launched a nude beige aesthetic of her skincare line, and collaborated with Beats to launch a beige themed headphone collection.
Never seen any tech products, especially headphones, be in neutral colors. I found an artist that would paint the headphones, and then I thought, okay, well, why wouldn't I just go directly to Beats and show them some of the samples that I was just for fun creating?
Now, mind you, beige headphones are nothing new, but I guess to sell people a product, you have to pretend like you did it first. As the sad beige moms trend continued to gain popularity, stores like Home Goods and Amazon and Target started catching on to it, releasing a surge of beige colored merchandise to capitalize off of the trend. Listen, I personally love neutral colors. I do have my pops of color, as you can see behind me, but we have neutral colors going on as well. But it's one thing for me as an adult, but it's another thing entirely to be imposing this on children and spray painting their toys and not even giving them the joy of color in their childhood. That is weird. And these beige moms are even going as far as to complain that their friends and family and their spouses bought them a colorful item. Like, how dare they purchase colorful toys and clothes for my child? They're ruining my aesthetic.
And now I want to sit back and relax and enjoy my evening. When all of a sudden I hear this agitating, grating voice.
I remember even for me, I had a Disney princess themed room. Of course, now in my big age, I look back at that and I'm like, cringe, but that was a symbol of my youth. Young people, especially children, need vibrancy, need color in their lives. Buying your kid wooden toys and spray painting their existing toys is just a new extreme. And painting their rooms all beige, it's over the top. Seems to me like the solution would be to like not showcase your kids' rooms. Would be to like not showcase your children on camera. Instead of trying to adapt your children to the aesthetic that you're trying to project online, perhaps you do not allow your child to be projected online. What a novel idea! Kids are meant to be messy, as we discussed in our last video about Sephora kids, right? From when they have dirty diapers and when they're spitting up on you, when they're literally taking their crayons and scribbling in every color. That's what childhood is all about. It's to be able to treat the world as your canvas, all the colors that you like. Kids are not supposed to be Instagram models. They're not supposed to be supporting actors. They're not supposed to be supporting actresses in the movie of your life. If that's a career that the mom chooses to have, that's one thing, but like for the kid to have that, for the kid to have to sacrifice their childhood to help their mom's aesthetic to grow is just, it's problematic. As Eva Wiseman puts it in The Guardian, by micromanaging the appearance of your homes and families, buying this sad beige illusion of class or taste, you sacrifice chaos. You sacrifice the kind of wildness and carelessness that in childhood is fleeting and sometimes gorgeous. And Psychology Today also says it's harmful for children's development to be deprived of colors. And they say, colors have meanings because of the way our brains are trained in early development. From
not me looking at the color just to soothe my brain because I've been looking at Beige for so fucking long.
A wide array of colors. Kids learn to associate their emotions with color. By depriving your child of that, you're depriving your child of developing. And aesthetic culture, of course, is not just limited to moms. Last year alone, we saw a litany of trends go viral on TikTok. From Barbie core to quiet luxury to mermaid core to the clean girl aesthetic to the vanilla girl aesthetic. There's no denying that social media has ushered in this current era where people are obsessing over having this picture perfect aesthetic. An obsession with curating a character. People aren't living their lives anymore, they're acting. Forget Margot Robbie. Some of y'all deserve an Academy Award for the level of commitment that y'all put in to living in a world of make-believe for other people's consumption. And the sad beige mom trend goes beyond just saying, this is my individual choice.
Oh, that's so sad beige. Love it.
That, of course, comes with beige moms as well. There's a parallel between this beige moms trend and the quiet luxury trend that gained popularity last year. This idea that colorful and more animated clothing is loud and gaudy compared to neutral toned items. Many beige moms are
louder, more gaudy, please.
Saying that they cause overstimulation and saying that the beige aesthetic is the best option for children. And not to mention, a lot of the products that go viral in the beige mom circles are very expensive. Like this $75 children's overalls, which were originally $125 by the way, that are described as being made in Portugal with fabric originally crafted for sailors on the Scottish seas. Like quiet luxury, most of the women who are the faces of this beige moms trend are thin, white, upper class women. The underlying message of this sad beige moms trend is this commitment to maintain, the moral merit that we attach to the commitment to maintain. It is not easy to color coordinate every single item in your house and make sure that it matches this very specific aesthetic. It takes work. It's the idea that you're working hard to build and curate something. As writer Stephanie McNeil puts it in BuzzFeed, the dirty little secret beneath a perfect beige life is the dedication to maintain. The perfectly clear skin of a vanilla girl requires adherence to a skincare routine, access to a dermatologist, and the ease of a low-stress life. White sheets have to be laundered and bleached regularly to maintain their sparkle. Cream rugs are extremely hard to keep pristine unless you can hire a specialist to clean them. A beige baby requires a beige nursery, so you need enough money to curate all of the furniture to match. You can't just accept old pieces from friends or buy whatever works from the Facebook marketplace. To be beigified is to have the money, the stability, and the security to care for everything in your life with the utmost grace, from your sheets to your skin. We have to look beyond the surface level. These trends don't just come out of nowhere. There are sociological and psychological factors at play here that make the beige mom aesthetic so alluring to so many women. It's an extension of wealth aesthetics. You don't need those colorful, gaudy items in your house. Those are for the peasants, darling. Us rich girls, we like class. We like elegance. We cannot overstimulate our precious children. So it's this idea that we attach moral virtue to items that we purchase, that you had the discipline to hike out to Williams-Sonoma to build the perfectly curated home. It's this ethos of hard work, discipline, and personal achievement that's become intertwined with moral virtue. This pursuit of wealth, both in terms of monetary capital and social standing, is elevated to this pedestal of moral superiority because you have these items having an all overall neutral aesthetic isn't just about personal choice for beige moms. It's about doing what's best for your child. And this is why I say it's being treated as a moral
Why
imperative.
can't I do this? Hello?
More and more, we're seeing these trends that amount to not letting children be children. We're seeing these trends where adults impose their lifestyles onto children instead of letting children just have a space to explore, and just this culture of social media that these children are growing up in. Kids should not be having to sacrifice their vibrant, colorful childhoods in order to be characters who influence their content. That's ridiculous. We should not be limiting our children's sensory experiences because it's going to mess up our aesthetic. But I'd love to hear from you all in the comments down below. What are your thoughts on this beige moms trend? Do you have beige moms in your family or your friends? But if you like this video, definitely give it a thumbs up. And if you really liked it and you want more content like this, definitely don't hesitate to hit that subscribe button. What are you waiting for? And I'll talk to you all next time.
Sad beige moms are erasing the color from their kids' lives one can of spray paint at a time, and the internet is not happy about it. Is this obsessive need for neutrals a threat to their children's development, or just another harmless trend? Let's talk about it. But first, there we go. Multiple TikToks have gone viral over the past few months of color-sensitive mothers spray painting their children's toys to better match their beige aesthetic. These posts typically receive quite a lot of criticism, and the most recent video to invoke the ire of the internet was this woman who decided that her toddler's toy Christmas tree was a little too festive.
Go ahead and call me crazy or a sad beige mom for what I'm about to do. Today I'm giving the step 2 My First Christmas Tree a total makeover. I'm leaning into my inner Pinterest mom with the vision to neutralize the tree.
It's a toy, not a bomb threat. Why does it need to be neutralized? You can see how this mom is already on the defensive. She knows the keyboard warriors are going to man their battle stations the moment they see this, but she posted it anyways.
I can already hear you thinking that I'm gonna ruin my toddler's Christmas by painting over these colors. Let's be real, my toddler's favorite toys are brown cardboard boxes and clear plastic water bottles, so I really think that she's a neutral girly at heart.
Your toddler isn't a neutral girly. Kids are just little goblins who like to play with trash.
I originally wanted to paint the body of the tree a brown, but then I realized, you know what, I want my tree to look a little bit alive. So here I am painting an already green tree another shade of green.
You're telling me that we narrowly missed a far worse timeline where this woman painted her kid's Christmas tree brown.
Here's how the DIY ornaments turned out, guys. Honestly, I love them. They are definitely giving organic modern vibes.
I know I'd be feeling the Christmas spirit if I saw that in the living room. Organic modern vibe, more like organic matter vibe. Am I right? Look, if you can't handle me at my lazy poop joke I wrote in 3.5 seconds, then you don't deserve me at my other equally mediocre material.
I do need you guys to leave the train or leave it as is.
To quote the Beatles, let it be, let it be, let it be.
Here's how the tree turned out and what it looks like in our space. I absolutely love it, but let me know what you think.
Oh yeah, people let her know exactly what they thought, quite enthusiastically. I have a few thoughts of my own about this. First off, yes, it is incredibly ugly. It makes Charlie Brown's Christmas tree look garishly extravagant, but I'm more worried about how safe it is. Just because Krylon spray paint is supposed to be non-toxic doesn't mean that it's edible, and if any of that paint chips off, a toddler is going to devour it like it was plated at a restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. When people pointed this out, Natalie posted this DIY showing everyone how to make these little emergency room visits waiting to happen instead. Oh, you didn't like the hazardous dung balls? Well, how about these super fragile ornaments that will shatter into 1,000 razor-sharp pieces of plastic under the slightest bit of pressure? I appreciate that she tried to accept feedback, but I think it's safe to say that DIYing your kids' toys below a certain age is not really worth the risk. But before we continue, I'd like to take a second to talk about today's sponsor, Era. Using the flavor pods attached to the lid, Era bottles deliver scented air to your video. I'm going to be using the term beige mom, but to be clear, there are multiple species of the miserably minimalist millennial parent. There's sad beige mom, sad gray mom, and sad white mom, not to be confused with sad Caucasian mom, aka my mom after finding out that I quit my job to become a YouTuber. You'll also probably notice that women are going to be featured pretty much exclusively in this video, and that's just because they're the ones posting the content. Both parents have a degree of responsibility for cultivating a colorless environment in their home. At this point, I do need to admit my bias, not the K-pop kind, because I am a maximalist to my core. I am never happier than when I am surrounded by a colorful trove of knickknacks, antiques, and well over 20 thingamabobs. So I find this trend of minimalism to be absolutely hideous, but I'm going to try really hard to keep an open mind for the rest of this video.
It's not short enough.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? No, my mind is closed now. I'm closing my mind. The kids can't even have color on their birthday? Who is this party for? The inmates of Arkham Asylum? At least it'll be easy to see if little Timmy decides to let a chocolate surprise slip out of his Pampers in the ball pit. You know what? My bad. That's the last poop joke. I'm cutting myself off. But don't worry, this company also does safari-themed parties.
Oh, what?
Yeah, that sure is one wild safari. Mom must have been feeling a little crazy last night when she ordered those 4x4 brown animal stickers to slap on the bouncy castle. She must have been having a little safari of her own with the box wine in the pantry to sage light that obnoxious display.
Look at this. Perfect. Oh my god.
Holy sh! I thought I went colorblind for a second. It's like the first 30 minutes of The Wizard of Oz. The old one with the asbestos snow, to be clear. There's no place like home. Wrong. Thousands of middle-aged women decorate their house like this now.
Happy medium between sad beige mom and not sad beige mom, and I'm just gonna show you why, so let's go.
Okay, first up there's this. And then there's this. It is beautiful.
Now what in the hell is that? A Vulcan's first abacus? Children from the Victorian era would be like, that looks depressing, I don't want to play with it, and then go back to licking the lead paint off their toys.
And there's this. We all have a good ball pit. And then there's this.
Yeah, no, the light blue toy covered with the happy smiling faces of animal friends is so ugly. Bring in the cylinder! You've heard of ball pits, now get ready for the pit of despair! Let's just jumpstart them right into the depressing realities of adulthood, shall we?
There's this. And then there's this. Like, you guys, you can't blame us.
Okay, that's just homophobic. You replaced the adorable rainbow toy with what looks like a disassembled dentist chair? How's your kid gonna learn their colors with the Arches of Sadness?
Hi, Katie. Are you ready for your first day of pre-K?
Yes, she's already learning her colors.
Wow, that's so good. Hey, Katie, can you tell me what color Elmo is?
Oh, we don't waste her time with the primary colors, but she can tell the difference between raw umber and walnut brown. Even I can't do that.
Like, it is sad, I admit, but I love it. It is not an eyesore in our house. Like, you gotta understand, like, why we are at least partial sad beige as moms.
You have a certain style that you like, and that's fine. Having bad taste doesn't necessarily qualify as child abuse, but your house can't be a Pinterest board, and still be a home. Your kids aren't renting their rooms, it's their house too, and they shouldn't be made to feel like their colorful toys are a hideous invasion of the space. Now obviously there's a scale to this. Not all beige moms are created equal. This is a pretty sad brown playroom, but you can see the spots of color poking out here and there. And then there's people like this, who literally throw away all their kids' toys and force them to cosplay as pilgrims for the internet. Somebody get this poor child a Skittle. She has years of Red 40 to catch up on. Sad beige mom posts inspire other sad beige moms. Companies have noticed the increased demand for Pinterest perfect toys, and they are happy to supply.
Oh my god, it's so ugly.
Prudence, chastity. You may select one wicked implement, but no more than that, lest the devil overshadow your heart with the sin of covetousness.
Yes, Papa.
They are colorless, lest you forget how colorless the world be without the grace of our Lord Father God. Amen.
Amen.
There is an entire beige economy with endless amounts of retailers offering desaturated toys at discounted prices. Whoa. Okay. Never mind. A creator that goes by That Sad Beige Lady on TikTok has a popular series where she goes to these sad beige websites and shows the incredibly depressing clothes and toys they sell, often at outrageously high prices. I am fascinated by the concept of this new trend of minimalism being an attempt by the middle class to gain proximity to wealth without actually making more money. I know. Where is this video going? Let me rant for a second. You can see extreme forms of colorless minimalism in the houses of many celebrities, for example, Kim Kardashian, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these sad beige moms were influenced by these heavily doctored glimpses into the unobtainable, aesthetically pleasing life of the super rich. A sort of pay more for less so you can feel like you have more kind of thing. A lot of sad beige moms seem to have this weird us versus the world martyr mentality and can be very hostile towards anyone who tries to give suggestions. The two main arguments they tend to fall back on whenever they're called out is one, that the kids don't care, and two, that bright colors are actually harmfully overstimulating. But what do the experts say? I was able to find a really great article written by Nehul Agarwal that summarized the findings of pediatricians and psychologists on this issue. The article states that colors are very important for early cognitive and visual development. Having a lot of colors in an environment for babies to learn and recognize is also really good for language and emotional development. The article did actually address concerns about overstimulation, citing a study from 2016 that did indicate that too colorful of a play area could be disruptive, but it still makes it very clear that having primary colored toys is important for visual stimulation. The article also cites Dr. Jody LaVos as saying that while beige colored toys aren't necessarily harmful, babies crave high contrast, something that is missing from the sad beige aesthetic. Look, I'm not going to pretend that I'm any kind of expert on this issue, but I think these findings are substantial enough to put the spray paint away. I don't think that sad beige moms are the evil parents that the internet has made them out to be. It makes perfect sense to me that these women, who are expected to give up their lives for their children, to have their identities erased and replaced with motherhood, feel trapped and depressed as they watch the living space they spend so much time in become overrun with bright colors and constant noise. But there needs to be a balance. I think the best compromise for sad beige moms is this: decorate your house as boring and colorless as you want, just leave the toys alone. Or you can just make a color exposure therapy room for your kids, like the parents of the viral TikTok goth baby. It is messed up that people are expected to stop being themselves just because they're parents. But I think there are ways of holding on to your identity without depriving your child of color. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think after making this video, I'm gonna need a little color exposure therapy of my own.
Colors. Makes me feel better. on top of the house. Sad beige clothes for sad beige babies? How is that a search term? You know, I'm thinking some of it is that. Some of it is like this hyper anti-LGBTQ reactionary thing. But I also think a lot of it is just, I saw Kim Kardashian doesn't have colors in her house. She's rich. So I could look like Kim Kardashian if I just deprived myself of color. It's just fucking gross.
Are parents going too far trying to make their children's toys match their aesthetic?
So this mom just made a TikTok where she took a very colorful kid's Christmas tree and decided to turn it very sad. You see, she wanted the tree to match her house's aesthetic, and apparently that aesthetic calls for any fun colors to be eliminated from her home.
I do think it's sad when moms choose their aesthetic over letting kids be kids. Who cares if you think it's ugly? It's not for you.
Yes, gorgeous. Stunt your kids' development by turning anything colorful into a sad beige. I'm glad you put your needs first.
Welcome to a morning in my sad beige life.
Oh, honey, your aunt gave you the... Okay, you know what? You can still play with it. Just give me like 10 minutes, okay?
What happened to allowing kids to just be kids? These crazy sad beige moms of TikTok will do anything to make their children's lives conform to their perfect sad beige aesthetic, all for their social media. Spray painting perfectly good toys just to match their Instagram aesthetics. It's actually extremely disturbing and selfish, and the worst part is they don't see a problem with it at all. But I do. Let's get into it. I sad beiged mom my face. No hint of color or signs of life here. Hello everybody, it is me, Salem, and welcome back to my channel. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are feeling holly and jolly and bright and merry and hairy, because Christmas is only 15 days away, and honestly I'm not feeling it. No one can buy any Christmas gifts for me now that I'm older because I don't want a Bratz doll anymore. Don't ask me what I want for Christmas unless it's a house or Ozempic. Being an adult around the holiday times might not be the funnest thing in the world, but you know what? At least we're not the kids of these sad beige mom TikTok mommy vloggers.
Yeah, it doesn't have color
These
anywhere.
kids ain't getting no Christmas because it's too tacky and too colorful. Most recently, there was a TikTok that went viral of a TikTok mom neutralizing, yes, I use the word neutralizing, a kid's toy Christmas tree because it didn't match her aesthetic.
Go ahead and call me crazy or a sad beige mom for what I'm about to do. Today I'm giving the step to my first Christmas tree a total makeover. I'm leaning into my inner Pinterest mom with the vision to neutralize the tree.
Neutralize the tree. Neutralize the tree. Girl, what in the Grinch?
You can't do it. I can't. You are stressing me to hell. I can't do it.
I just find it hilarious that social media has just overtook us so much to the point where everything needs to be Instagram ready. But this has started a huge conversation on TikTok, on social media, outside of social media in general, about the trend of sad beige moms.
And other people are upset because it went from colorful to sad beige. This person commented, yes, gorgeous. Stunt your kids' development by turning anything colorful into a sad beige. I'm glad you put your needs first. I work in children's developmental research and they need color so bad.
Beige walls, beige blankets, beige clothes, beige toys. If there's any sign of life or color, it must be destroyed. And of course, a lot of people are criticizing the sad beige mom movement by stating that it's really sad that these kids can't grow up with their own personalities, their own color choices, their own toy choices, and basically how sad it all is. But honestly, I think this trend goes a lot deeper than what people think. I think it really is tied to hyper-aware culture, more specifically being hyper-aware of not wanting to look poor, everything needing to be social media pretty, and also classism. Yes, I know that seems like a really huge jump, But trust me, keep watching and it'll all make sense. So before we get into today's video, make sure you grab a cup of tea and sit back and relax and enjoy today's video. But
she should
before
want
we
to
get
pay
into today's
extra for this
video,
hat.
y'all know the drill. I gotta pay my bills so that I can afford to buy my kids, which is my 1-year-old Pomeranian, some actual toys. So we have 2 sponsors for today, and the first being HelloFresh
stop it.
is a sad beige mom anyway. A sad beige mom is a mom who decorates her house in tones of beige, dresses her kids in natural fibers and colors, and only buys toys in shades of beige. It's basically like minimalism, but for babies. Anything that has to do with color is a threat to their perfectly aesthetic world. How did this movement start? How did it become popular on TikTok? What is the dealio? The origin had 3 main principles for this lifestyle. The first being not having gendered toys or gendered clothing, specifically trying to avoid gendered colors such as blue and pink, and instead opting for toys that are neutral tones and neutral colors that can be gender neutral. The second principle is to buy non-toxic toys. A lot of colorful toys have been recalled time and time again because of the paints that they've used. Some materials used even in teething toys for babies have been recalled for toxic materials. So the whole point of this lifestyle is to buy more natural toys, which means wooden blocks, non-toxic stuffed animals. And the third principle for this lifestyle is that it's more eco-friendly, with not only purchasing more non-toxic toys and prioritizing less toys and less stuff in general in a kid's room so that they can really value the things that they have rather than overbuying items for them all the time. And honestly, all those things don't sound that bad to me at all, especially because baby culture in America is heavily involved in deep-rooted capitalism, where it's all about buy more stuff because they're just trying to get a quick buck from new parents. But the movement has definitely shifted into territory where it's lost all its principles. However, we all know when something has pretty good origins, the internet ruins it. This whole natural lifestyle was completely overtaken on social media by family vloggers, mommy vloggers, Instagram moms. There is an insane amount of copy-paste mommy influencers who post the same boring beige toys in their sad beige outfits in their sad beige white home, doing nothing but being boring. I'm sure you have seen these types of videos everywhere because it's not just TikTok, it's Instagram, it's YouTube, it's huge on Pinterest, like it's everywhere. A lot of people definitely take it way too far. The mom spray painting the Christmas tree to match the rest of her house aesthetic isn't the first sad beige mom to go viral for making things look boring. It's a lot of parents who go viral all the time for spray painting their kids' toys to match their aesthetic, or getting rid of certain toys, or getting mad at relatives for buying certain colored toys that don't match their aesthetic, which I think is actually really ironic because the original movement had to do with buying toys that were non-toxic, and now these parents are literally spray painting and then giving it to the kid. Y'all are doing the exact opposite of what the lifestyle requires you to do. The cause of this is definitely that it is no longer about the original principles, but it has everything to do with the aesthetics. Who cares if little Billy is gonna have a mouth full of spray paint? The parent had to make it white, or else it wouldn't have matched their aesthetic. Duh. This movement has really shifted towards this fear of not looking social media ready and the fear of looking tacky, which, let's just be honest, when people say they don't want something to look tacky, they actually want to say that they don't want something to look poor or lower class. No, literally, a huge part of this trend of minimalism and sad beige moms, more specifically, I've seen a lot of millennials saying that they are super drawn to minimalism because they grew up in hoarder houses with no space or new things, just the aesthetics and looks that are associated with lower class homes, labeling it as traumatic. As we all know, millennials love doing that, making trauma their entire personality. Hey, I have a video on that, go watch that after this. Instead of finding balance in it all, they decided to go the complete opposite direction of what they were raised with by getting rid of literally everything. Not even color is acceptable.
My mom got rid of literally everything and it traumatized the fuck out of me.
Being colorful. There have also been parents who directly defy the sad beige moms by making a gothic baby room, which slayed. Apart from the hatred of color, there is one shared characteristic that is really huge that the majority of these sad beige moms share, and that is money, baby. I genuinely believe the majority of people who are joining this movement are upper class, well-off, privileged millennials. Because this lifestyle is not cheap, and I have a feeling that they want you to know that it's not cheap. Part 2. How social media has completely destroyed the color in our homes, in our architecture, all in the name of looking aesthetically pleasing, modern, and wealthy. At one point in social media, having furniture, having items, having decor, having color became tacky. If anything has color on social media, even cabinets, people will call you poor. No, like, literally. I recently have ran into some TikToks where people are talking about if you have brown cabinets in your house, then that means you're poor.
What?
Even cabinets are getting canceled now. Like, I hate this generation. I was born in the wrong generation. I should have been born between 6,000 and 3,150
Thank you for
BCE,
going to a
where
good
the
generation.
Egyptian god Anubis ruled all the lands, and I would be a sphinx cat being fed grapes. Nowadays, I think social
Grapes are
media has
poisonous to
become
cats,
just
you dumb
such a
shit.
pro-criticism place, down from how you look to how you speak to now like people criticizing your homes, because everything has become a lot more invasive.
Don't
It
feed
used to
cats
be
grapes.
not normal for people to show what their cars look like or what the inside of their homes looked like. Like, that type of stuff was private. The only times you would ever see like really big influencers show off their homes is when they did house tours, but that was like a little treat for the fans, you know. But now it's just so normal that everyday people on TikTok just film their homes straight up in the background while they talk, that now that has become almost free real estate for criticism as well. People calling out other people's homes for being too messy, for being their decor being too ugly, how if you have brown cabinets you look lower class and that is bad for some reason. People are just way too chronically online nowadays, to the point where they have become hyper aware of absolutely everything around them. Gen Z obsesses over looking perfect on camera. Now your background of your rooms and houses and your kids' toys also have to be perfect, all for the camera, because nowadays everything is filmed. Nothing is private anymore, which has definitely given birth to copy-paste influencers and people who aren't even influencers. Everyone's using the same aesthetic. Everyone dresses the same. There is a huge hive mindset. The rise of people in general on social media who try to make everything look aesthetic as much as possible. Going to the gym has to be aesthetic. Eating has to be aesthetic. Trying a new recipe, skincare routine has to be aesthetic. Either everything has to be perfect and aesthetic and pleasing to the eyes of social media, or else you're gonna get dragged and called out for it. And yes, that includes the small details, like brown cabinets. How dare they not be minimalistic and white? How dare you look poor? And there is an actual like scientific explanation as to why we associate the color white with wealth, and why people who have like subconscious biases associate more color with foreign, scary, cultural aesthetics. God forbid that a piñata has color. No, literally. Not even kids' parties are safe from the adults in their lives trying to impress social media by making everything look as rich as possible and as boring and bland and white as possible.
But Mom, I wanted a Spider-Man party.
But that would ruin mommy's Instagram feed. Now go play with your wooden blocks.
These ones?
Oh no, not those ones. Here, let me spray paint them white real quick and then you can play with them. Despite appearing white today, Greek statues were originally painted with color. But at the beginning of the 20th century, during the war, serious diseases like cholera plagued the Greek islands. Whitewash is a cheap disinfectant material that was used to regularly limit the contagion. That and a mixture of time naturally dissolving the color led to the way that we see Greece now, which is all white, from it being whitewashed so much, with the whitewash cleaning supply, associating cleanliness with wealthiness. You see, white in itself, the color, is psychologically associated with feelings of exclusivity and success, which is why we also see the color white in a lot of luxury brands. And even whitewash and lime wash white walls are super popular in modern day wealthy homes as an interior design choice to look more high-end. The material marble, which was also very popular in ancient Greece times, is also still associated to this day with higher-end homes and luxury. A study in 2016 said that you need $11,850 to raise a child in his or first year. For someone who makes $61K, that was in 2016. That number actually has jumped to $23,000 per year. I think there is a direct correlation with
costs more
sad
than
beige
that now.
moms and wealth, and wanting to show off that they are wealthy and that they're able to not only afford giving their kids a good life, but a life that looks wealthy as well. Attempting to differentiate their parenting life from the lower class parents. Despite baby bottles having the same function, which is to get the baby fed, the difference between this bottle and this bottle is that this one screams tacky and this one is aesthetically pleasing, and it's hashtag non-toxic, which makes this one about $30 plus taxes plus shipping. Your kid needs that. Your kid needs a sad beige, aesthetically pleasing, Instagram worthy 1,499 convertible storage crib from Pottery Barn. Imagine buying them a normal brown one. Who cares if they're gonna grow up eventually and not use it and you totally wasted $1,000 on it? It's worth the Instagram photo. If you ever see like the Ace family houses or those types of vloggers, their houses looks like no one lives in them. It's so blank, white everywhere, everything's marble, but it's really popular in really privileged influencer lifestyles because their life is honestly just a whole commercial shoot. There is no personality in these homes. This is why a lot of newer homes look so dead and boring, and why a lot of people who are buying homes completely destroy them and strip them of all their personality and exchange it for something called millennial gray, because they think that these old-timey aesthetics are outdated and ugly, when in reality it's actually so beautiful. We also see this in architecture in general. Buildings are no longer unique. Everything is the same. Everything is blocky and everything is white with tall windows. Everything just seems so lifeless nowadays. They even got my boy McDonald's over here looking like a hospital. I miss the cheeseburger seats. And it's really sad to see beautiful, natural, lush places being torn down just to put a Walmart there. Like, girl, bye. So if this is already affecting us this much as adults in the adult world, imagine the kids. I'm eating a sandwich right now, but we're in the final part. Let's talk about how a lot of these sad beige moms are really selfish. They don't care about what their kids want. Besides the very classist history of sad beige moms, a big part of the anti-color sad beige mom culture is that they say that colors are overstimulating to the kids, which has literally been proven time and time again to be completely false. Color literally evokes emotion in us. There is literally psychology in color. Certain colors can bring out certain emotions in you. Blues make us feel like we're safe, like there's trust. Yellows make us feel warmth, cheer, and happiness. Pink is associated with softness and security. Purples are associated with royalty. We associate silver with science and coldness. And white is associated with calmness. There is a benefit to every color that is out there. Yet these sad beige moms insist on relying on just white because of calmness. Now, it's no surprise to anyone that having a kid is overstimulating, and kids in general are overstimulating in themselves. So this is another reason why a lot of sad beige moms are attracted to the color of white, because white is literally psychologically associated with calmness, therefore attempting to strip any of the children of being overstimulating. However, what a lot of these sad beige moms don't take into account is that while you're stripping the overstimulation aspect of having kids, which, I mean, kids are going to be kids, they're going to be loud and rowdy no matter where you put them. It's not necessarily that a lot of color overstimulates a kid, it's the frame rates, sounds, flashing lights, and things like that combining all together that can cause overstimulation, such as literally Cocomelon. However, just because something has a little bit of color on it doesn't mean that it's automatically bad. Kids love to interact with their environments. Kids are drawn to anything that is on the floor, drawn to plants, they're drawn to paintings, they're drawn to the stuff that we use as adults, like a makeup brush, a book that we left on the coffee table, an ornament on the Christmas tree. And that's because the things that I I listed have color, where they have textures or patterns that really draw the child's attention. And this literally boosts creativity, object permanence, and curiosity in your child. When you raise them in a world that is just completely in white and beige, you are stripping your kid of the opportunity to truly explore and interact with their environment. There is no balance. It's either a super loud iPad Cocomelon kid or a sad beige kid with a neutralized Christmas tree. Like, can we just be normal? I have seen parents who still have the sad beige mom aesthetic, but they do use more pastel colors and more simple toys to help their kids have a creativity boost. And I honestly think that this is a really good balance because the toys aren't completely bland, but they're also not completely overstimulating. And it's giving the kid an opportunity to interact with the toys and really observe them. Honestly, at the end of the day, it's your kid, it's your money. You guys can do whatever you want with your lifestyle. You're the adults. I get it. However, I think that's the problem with a lot of sad beige moms and just parents who give into this type of parenting or aesthetics. It's about them. It's literally always about them and what they want, what they would prefer in their Instagram photo, what they would rather share on their Instagram stories or TikTok. It's really selfish. There is a huge emphasis on what the adults want always, when it should be the opposite. When you have a child, it's about them. When it comes to little small decisions that kids can make, like choosing their own toys, it really helps their independence and confidence. So if your little baby boy or girl or little baby they them, I don't know, don't cancel me, wants to have a toy that doesn't match your aesthetic, it's just like, I don't know, a stuffed bear, then I don't see the harm in buying it. But if you're living this lifestyle so strictly to the point where you're denying your child the ability to choose things that they like, to develop their own personality out of fear of it not being Instagram ready, you are doing parenting all wrong. Everything requires balance. No need to be extreme and buy your kid a toy just to spray paint it so that it matches what you want. Let kids be kids, let kids explore, let life and color back into your life. Don't be a Grinch, okay? We already have too many Grinches in today's world. Alright guys, that is it for today's video. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys watched the entire thing, please comment down a duck emoji down below, because if you watched the entire video, that means you're awesome. Make sure to like and subscribe and press the bell notification thingy that's right by my name and the subscribe button, because that's how you'll know whenever I post and when I post in my community tabs and all that jazz. Comment down below.
Dun, 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 dun.
I have unfortunate
Beige Halloween, let's
the
fucking
beige
go!
plague continues to spread across the land as it's now reared its ugly head into Halloween. Because this year, for some reason, we now have designer-approved aesthetic Halloween decor. As if that's what anybody's looking for. Nobody should be decorating for the approval of a designer. Do what you want.
Instead, find really cool intentional pieces like this skull. Love the colors, love the scale, and incorporate it with home decor you already have in your home. There's so many creative ways you can do this, so I'm gonna take it home and show you how.
What color are we talking about here, babe? Am I just colorblind right now? This is color. This is not.
I'm gonna put some twinkle lights inside. I'm gonna put this inside my pot. Now you have the effect of like a bubbly cauldron, but in a really cute aesthetic pot.
As a kid, and still to this very day, my mum doesn't try to make Christmas blend in with our everyday aesthetic. She intentionally makes it stand out as much as she possibly can, because we only get this season once a year. If it blends, nobody's going to know that's Halloween decor.
My coffee table box.
I appreciate.
So I took some brown wrapping paper and I wrapped it around the coffee table box. Just like folded it and wrapped it around. And then I used my Cricut to put some labels on them. Some spooky labels. My skull. There you go. It's so fun, it's so different, and it's not a bunch of random, small, cheap-looking decor. Here's a close-up to give you guys a better view. Hope you love this idea, and I hope it helps.
This is what Halloween looked like when I was a kid.
Yeah!
Purples and greens.
Colors!
Mismatched patterns. Obnoxious scarecrows and gaudy fairy lights. This is what Halloween is supposed to look like. I mean, look, to each their own, but you wouldn't blink an eye at this. If you had this on display all year round, I can guarantee you that nobody would be able to even tell the difference. Just like how I don't think anybody would be able to notice if you put the decorations away. Like, where is the magic? And don't even get me started on Target's brand new terracotta Halloween range. Because these literally look like they are unfinished decorations. It literally looks like they created the molds, but genuinely forgot to paint them before putting them on the shelf. Actually, you know what this looks like? It looks like a DIY project that you can take home and add paint to yourself. But no, that's just how it's meant to be sold. It is supposed to look like that in your house. Guys, we get Halloween once a year. Your house looks neutral every day. And because these items are selling out, Target is going to see that there's demand for these items, which means that every year we're now going to see less and less vibrancy and more soullessness, because that's the aesthetic now. And me personally, I don't want that. And this is inherently the problem with buying decorations that match your aesthetic rather than buying for the occasion. It's a timeless aesthetic, unlike the new shade of beige that's trending that month. You want new Halloween decorations every single year because the ones that you already have look like things that you already have in your house. And you look at your house every day, so no wonder why you'd be sick of the decorations that look like your house. Is this making sense? Because I buy holiday-themed decorations that don't fit whatever aesthetic I may have. I buy them because they're extremely faithful to the holiday, and I know that I'll get several years worth of use out of them. And look, it may be aesthetic for the parents, but it's nowhere near as magical for the kids. Because it's supposed to be spooky season, not buying the same color.
What is the fucking? Are those pumpkins? Or are they just balls of lint?
This could literally be a part of your everyday furniture. No questions asked. I miss when holidays.
Okay, well the skeleton on the couch is kind of fun.
For example, the decorations that I have going on behind me, they're not going to last. They're only going to be up for a limited time, and that's what makes it special. I miss when it wasn't just yet another thing in life that's been aestheticized, because somewhere along the way, that became more important. I even colored this little pumpkin ornament orange to show you guys what it would look like if it wasn't beige. And it adds that little eye-catching pop that doesn't look out of place at all. And this actually has me questioning something interesting. If these are the kind of decorations that millennials and Gen Zs inherited from our parents, does that mean that Gen Alpha is just going to be left with lumps of clay and rope shaped like a pumpkin and terracotta ghosts in the future? Oh god. It's looking a little bleak for them, babe. It's like these companies are actively trying to take that charm and spirit out of the holidays by taking items associated with Halloween and then intentionally avoiding their much brighter corresponding colors for absolutely no reason. Let me put this image into your mind real quick. Can you imagine if all of our favorite childhood Halloween movies had this neutral beige aesthetic instead? It would have been so much more less memorable and so much less heartwarming. So why would we want that now? And something that I find to be really strange is how people are now buying
Hey Frank, how you
candy
doing?
corn kernels on Amazon.
I'm getting inspired.
The look of actually having candy corn in their houses without having to buy the real thing because they don't like it. Food is becoming a decoration now. We're not even buying these things because we like them. Let me say something. I absolutely abhor
Livingstone
eggnog,
double
okay?
T,
But
okay.
eggnog is a Christmas staple, and it has been for decades. Am I going to keep a carton of eggnog in my fridge for the aesthetic even though I hate it? No! So just buy a candy that you actually do like so you know that it's gonna get eaten and won't sit there. Or are Kit Kats just not aesthetically pleasing enough to be in your house? Subtle Halloween decorations around my house. I will give any person watching this video right now $3 billion if they can guess where the Halloween decor is. Because I genuinely struggled at first for a good 25 seconds to even register what I was supposed to be looking at. Because the subtlety in this has gone way too far. But it's this sad, beige, elongated pumpkin right in the corner up there. It may as well not even be there, fam. There wouldn't be a difference. The special thing about Halloween used to be getting excited about how different people were going to be decorating their houses. But now we just have to expect that everybody's decor is just gonna look identical to each other. Because this is literally inescapable everywhere you go now. POV, you want a chic Halloween decor. That is a wraith of... what, weird? Tumbleweed? Again, you could just have this on your door at any other point during the year like summertime and nobody would bat an eye. You hugged my boy with a bar! What am I looking at? These non-spooky Halloween decor videos just confuse me because then it's not Halloween decor. It's like if I put non-festive Christmas decorations up around my house. Like, I'm just buying regular items for my house. But we know why decorations look like this now. And I don't want to point all the fingers in this direction, but it seems like a trend amongst millennial mothers.
I'm gonna need someone to explain to me why people decorate their homes for Halloween in complete horror. We're talking scary decorations. When there are neighborhood children, young children, that ride bikes, play outside, drive by these homes, for the entire month of October. We have a home in our neighborhood. Their entire garage, a 2-car garage, is just covered. I'm talking corner to corner, covered with the picture of the clown from It, just his face, big, huge, all over their garage. And that's only one of their decorations. So I get the joy as a mom of explaining what that picture is and trying to shape it in a way that doesn't sound terrifying to my young children. It's not even October and mommy is already tired of explaining like, oh, it's just a friendly clown. That's just the way he smiles.
For all my Simpsons
Cry me a fucking river.
Is this Helen Lovejoy IRL? How do we have Grinches for Halloween? How is that a thing now? I know that this is going to be hard for you to hear, but unfortunately, the world does not revolve around you
I could
and
do
your children.
this. I just can't use this brick.
Are not obligated to knock on your door to ask you if it's okay how they decorate their own house. You are not the ruler of the town. And did you ever stop and pause and think to yourself that maybe these families with these scary decorations
Good night,
have children
Aniv.
of their own that absolutely love them? You can't take those decorations away from those kids who love it just because your kids don't. And also, are we forgetting that the point of Halloween is to be scary? What? It's not just another consumerist holiday. I mean, it is, but it's also supposed to scare you. Otherwise, then it's just not Halloween. And just like last year's Christmas, we're now taking adorable Halloween decorations and neutralizing them with the most powerful weapon millennials own, the aesthetic beam, also known as spray paint. I just want to take a moment of silence for all of the poor pumpkins in America right now who are about to be spray painted to the heavens because they don't fit in with the aesthetic of their own holiday anymore. Rest in peace, vintage Halloween. Your homey, cozy, whimsical, and warm vibe will most certainly be missed. You may be gone, but you are not forgotten. Your memories shall live on in the basements and attics and thrift stores all across the US. So I think from here on out, we're actually going to see more and more people beginning to start genuinely reusing their Halloween decor from previous years instead of buying new ones, because the new age Halloween decor just doesn't match what Halloween is supposed to be. It's like doctor's office core. Office reception core. It's just so sad and so lifeless now. Everything that you see regarding Halloween in department stores now looks like that one scene from SpongeBob where, you know, Squidward's on the floor and he's curling up and he's going, future. Future. That's what everything looks like now. Deadass. Anyways, guys, it is now officially the first day of spooky season, so I hope you all had a wonderful time watching this video. Mwah. I love you all so much, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye, guys!
You're not allowed to be that chipper at the end of a video like that.
There's
So
a
you know,
quote
this is perfect.
from Succession that I really love. I have unfortunately
Only sad beige mom content. Sad beige mom. I don't like the screeching girl. Less screeching girl, other people complaining.
I've suddenly become a public defender of the millennial generation. My generation. I don't know how I became a public defender of a vilified generation. I guess I just have a soft spot in my heart for truly lost causes, for the poor and unfortunate, all of which the millennials are. I feel like the millennials, they have truly fallen from grace. They had their time in the sun. They were like the Regina George of the cafeteria, popular kid of the playground, and now they have this giant kick me sign taped on their back. And you know who's kicking them? Boomers are kicking them, and Gen Z is kicking them with their wide leg pants. So now we have to take this to court, to the court of public opinion, where I, as a public defender who's not even a real lawyer, has defended millennials through thick and thin. I've defended them when boomers mocked and shamed them for their exorbitant spending on avocado toast and gourmet coffee. I've defended them through the dark age when Gen Z have charged them with chugginess for still sticking to their skinny jeans and their side parts. If the skinny jeans don't fit, you must acquit. I've also defended my clients' inability to grow up, inability to adult and be a Disney adult. And through all these crimes and misdemeanors, we are back in court because my defendant is in trouble yet again. I am now here to defend my clients in one of the worst charges of all. Millennials are charged for making this world ugly, for raising their kids in a sad, beige, dystopian nursery for the aesthetics. My name is Teresa, and this is lifeless millennial minimalism. Your Honor, you may come across a series of incriminating videos provided by my client on Instagram, which is their
Provided by my client.
Lately, they've been dipping their toe into TikTok, just trying to stay relevant, trying to keep up with the cool kids. Some of them are mothers now. Even as mothers, they still need to maintain the aesthetic. For a time, her antics online were cool, but now the vibe has shifted and she's no longer cool anymore, and now she's in a bit of trouble. The ethics of her parenting is called into question. Her chasing of clout is called into question. They've been taking their kids' colorful toys and painting them neutral, neutralizing their kids' toys, neutralizing their Christmas trees, neutralizing the nurseries, kids' wardrobes, the entire house, maybe even the entire neighborhood. You may see videos of some kid party with a bouncy playhouse all in white. There's no color whatsoever, but it is aesthetic. Aesthetic to my client, that is. They've been charged with making things sterile, lifeless, unaesthetic. They've been very selfish to imposing their lifeless aesthetic onto their children, forcing their child to live in a millennial dystopian world. I will try to convince you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's some good within my client's lifeless eyes. The list of grievances against my client is long and incriminating. Things don't really look good for my client right now. I don't know if I'm going to win this court case. So I think this recent backlash against lifeless millennial minimalism, it's a tongue twister. It's just because we, for the past 10 years, it feels like 10 years, we've just been saturated with gray interiors, with the minimalism movement, with the whole Marie Kondo, spark joy, decluttering every single thing in your home, and then living in a white minimalist box. And then when you're looking for some place to live, every apartment, every house flip is usually in some 5/1 gentrified structure. You know what I'm talking about. You know what these apartments look like. You see whitewashed walls, the landlord special, just painting everything white to make it look nice and pure and clean, painting over all the things that they should have fixed in the first place. House flippers buying a beautiful 1920s home, they're ripping out all the original details and historical features and putting in the same stuff.
As fun as I often put those back in.
Floors, the same
same white cabinet, gray walls, gray couch, cold, clean, clinical, lifeless millennial gray. So this style has been running rampant for about 10 years, and it all coincided after the 2008 recession with the adoption of minimalism. At that time, millennials were just starting out, starting to enter the job force, graduate from college. Without much money, you make do with what you have. You adopt minimalism, getting rid of your items, you're buying less with the good intention that you're going to reduce your consumerism because you don't have much money, you gotta save some money, and you're trying to be eco-friendly, you're not contributing to waste of the things that you own. You wanna make sure that they're quality items. And the same goes for when you have kids. Wooden building blocks, a jute rug, quality dolls. I've read Goodbye Things several times, and I still look at the author, I look at his futon, and I just think it looks so peaceful and calm to not be bothered by a lot of things. I can definitely understand the appeal behind it. I could still understand the appeal behind it. Obviously, I'm not living it. Obviously, there's things all around me. There was a period of time where I very much aspired to be an extreme minimalist. You walk in and you see everything is neat and in its proper place, and there's a cohesive color scheme. It is pretty calming. It comes from a good place. It comes from a place of anti-consumerism, owning less items, but higher quality items, investing in higher quality items. I bought into all that. You should also strive to be eco-friendly, and in being eco-friendly, you should look for natural materials, natural fibers like linen, something without a lot of synthetic dyes, wooden kids' toys versus bright plastic kid toys. The good intentions are there. And when the first all beige, all natural child's nursery appeared on Instagram, I'm sure that it was considered very avant-garde, because who has ever heard of an all natural material, all beige child's nursery? You know, kids' things are always associated with color. Graphic design for kids always in a crayon-like font, all the colors of the rainbow. Seeing an all beige, all natural material, kids' nursery, kids' room, kids' wardrobe, it was groundbreaking. Rebellious even. Rebellious against the establishment. It was considered luxurious, aspirational, something to strive for. Speaking of aspirations, we're heading into the choppy waters of the social class implications of maintaining a white-on-white or luxe beige home. In order to maintain a uniform and cohesive theme throughout your home, making sure that your furniture, your wardrobe, your accessories, your finishings matches the aesthetic, matches your neutral aesthetic, you need to have both money and you need to have time. Usually money buys time, and with money you could pay for help to help you clean your restoration hardware, cloud couch, your white rugs, beige ottomans. There's a reason why hotels have sturdy industrial multi-patterned carpets, because you can't see the stain. But if you're going to live someplace where every single stain, every single spill, every single scrape will be visible, you need to somehow maintain that. So this luxe aesthetic has the unspoken message of quiet luxury. You want what I have. So this luxe aesthetic is the equivalent of a humble brag. Why beige is the preferred color for rich women, by Stephanie McNeil. A beige baby becomes a vanilla girl, becomes a coastal grandmother. It's a modern way to convey privilege and wealth. What we have here is the evolution of internet aesthetics. So we have the beige baby, the millennial woman's baby, my defendant's baby. The baby has a very difficult to pronounce name with too many letters, like tragedy. The beige baby becomes a vanilla girl.
Tragedy!
Becomes clean girl, that girl, and then the coastal grandmother. So just like we have the evolution of man, we have the evolution of internet aesthetics through a woman's life, a woman who lives her life chronically online. Muted tones have come to signify wealth and privilege through various stages of life. The dirty little secret beneath a perfect beige life is the dedication it takes to maintain. A beige baby requires a beige nursery, so you need enough money to curate all the furniture to match. To be beigified is to have the money, the stability, and the security to care for everything in your life with the utmost grace, from your sheets to your skin. It's the freedom to curate your life to a specific high-effort aesthetic. It's the ability to have a clean home, ironed clothes, a nice lit candle, and yet be relaxed. To commit to beigification is to have the resources to do so, but when your rugs get stained and you don't have time to clean it, and your skin breaks out, and your baby is screaming, and your husband spills coffee on your duvet, all that beige can really only serve as a monument to how truly hard it is to be truly unbothered. Ultimately, all this social media beigeness is doing what aspirational trends have always done: make the rest of us feel like we can never measure up. In the pursuit of a perfectly beige life, most of the world is doomed to endlessly fall short. That's a beautifully written article. Thank you, Stephanie McNeil. You've summed it up. You've summed up my case. Unfortunately, my case
Yeah, I
is
know.
the millennial woman that's on
We
trial
are
right now
beigificating
against this class
everything.
action
We're
lawsuit.
learning
Actually, you
about
summed up their
the
case.
theorem
So you've made
of
it 10 times more
beigification
difficult
right
for me
now.
as the public defender of the nameless millennial woman who is chronically online and kind of a control freak when it comes to aesthetics. You made it very difficult for me. So in addition to the upper class privilege charge against the defendant of having a beigified, neutralized home, they are also charged with white rooms, white furniture, uniformed whiteness, whitewashing. You know where this is going. How do I put this delicately? Putting Western ideals of beauty up on a pedestal. Greco-Roman statues, pure white, all white. Though archaeological findings have shown that these statues were originally painted very colorfully, and it was over time that they lost their color. Back to that in a second. Versus the opposite end of the spectrum, having a cluttered home, garish, colorful, and hence tacky Fisher-Price children's toys scattered about connotes that one is poor. A colorfully mismatched interior also connotes that one is not adhering to the Western standards of artistic beauty. Greco-Roman statues, art of antiquity. One is, oh my gosh, ethnic. These are the charges lobbed at my defendants. We have a social class issue with the beigification of the home. We even have a race issue. These are all valid points. I can definitely see each and every one of these points making sense, though I think it's a little bit of a deep read here. Go back to that video of that mother spray painting, neutralizing her kids' toys. She is not thinking about a marble bust. I don't know what she's thinking, actually. I think she's just thinking that this is a fun DIY project to do. She's thinking about the likes she would get on social media. So I think the only crime she has committed is the crime of chasing clout. I guarantee you she's not thinking about the Roman Empire. I guarantee you that she's not flexing her wealth. In fact, in a strange twist of irony, the fact that she's spray painting a toy, DIYing, making do, means that she's not at that level where she could buy a $300 elephant, a $30 baby rattle. She aspires to be at that level. And it kind of defeats the purpose of giving your kids eco-friendly toys when you have to spray paint it and provide them with the toys spray painted with toxins that they would probably put in their mouth. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as to these charges lobbed toward the defendants, never attribute to malice what one could attribute to stupidity. Not that the defendant is stupid. Well, some of them are a little slow on the uptake. And that's exactly what I would have the defendant plead if it came down to the wire and it looked like we're gonna lose. We're gonna plead stupidity. Hopefully we'll get a slap on the wrist. So what else? What other grievances has been lobbed at the defendant? And believe me, the grievances are long. The trend has been dubbed prison core, and some wonder whether sucking the color out of children's lives might stunt their development. Is the sad beige baby aesthetic harming babies? I guess this is just like a science experiment. Time will tell. This is the first example of people purposefully raising their kids in a sad beige nursery or a dystopian millennial.
Well, certainly not the first time, but the first time in a very
we will
long
see
time.
What these kids will grow up into being. I would have to say this in the defendant's defense, or else I wouldn't be a fake public defender, is that the millennial mothers under fire, I'm assuming that they grew up in a colorful household. I'm assuming they grew up in a household decorated all 80s in aqua and peach, or a 90s household, wood kitchen cabinets, mismatched furniture. You got that beige computer, still colorful, a little bit cluttered. The fact that these millennial moms, raised by boomers, no doubt, growing up in a colorful, comfy household, they still grew up to become stone cold minimalists, stone cold beigifiers. It doesn't necessarily work out. It might backfire. You might turn the kid into a stone cold minimalist. If you think about it in a reverse psychology way, these sad beige children, they might grow up and they could be so sick of all the uniformity, the strict adherence to aesthetic, their almond mom's antics. If they have a place of their own one day, they will fill it with color, they will fill it with clutter, they will become maximalists. When they have children, their children will be so sick of all this clutter and all this mismatching color that they would also become stone cold minimalists like grandma is now. In the defendant's defense, what they're actually doing is a genius game of reverse psychology. Put the child in a beige nursery so as to grow a love of color that they never had. Think about that. Can this beigifying of your kid's world be a diabolical plan to reverse psychology the kid, deprive them of color so that they could grow up wanting color, needing color? And that's what the parent wanted all along.
I plead
Can it be
I
that
have
the
a lot of
defendant
color
is not
for
so
no
stupid
particular
after
reason
all, and the
whatsoever, I
defendant
promise.
is actually a genius? Is she a genius or is she a moron? I think listening to this argument,
No, she's
the court of
cruel.
public opinion will
Cruel
think that I,
is the word you're
public
looking for.
defender, is a moron. They would not be wrong. In a personal sense, I can empathize with these stone cold minimalists / beigifiers of their children's nursery, beigifiers of interior design. It's not the worst crime in the world, the crime of ugly aesthetics. In the great minimalism purge of 2016 through 2019, if I had had a child during that time,
That doesn't
I
surprise
could
me at all.
definitely see myself going a little overboard with the decoration of their nursery. I went through a point where I was really into wabi-sabi with Japandi Scandi design and Japanese minimalism. And there was a point where I could definitely see myself beigifying the nursery. Maybe not beige. Beige is not my favorite color. I like the color green, so I think I would like greenify the nursery. Everything has to be in green. Various shades of green, monochromatic green. I could see myself adhering to that aesthetic, maybe going a little overboard with that aesthetic. There's this element of the need for tidiness, the need for control. I could see where the root of this comes from. We're assuming that the defendant here grew up in a 90s house or a house in the early 2000s. Maybe they lived in a McMansion with an Italianate kitchen. Like everything wanted to be a fake villa. They basically lived in a house that was trying to be the same decor as the Cheesecake Factory. Maybe they came from a family of hoarders. Maybe their mom was a hoarder or their dad was a hoarder. If you ever grew up in a hoarder home like I did, you will become a minimalist really fast. You might even edge into the realm of the stone cold extreme minimalists. During the great minimalism decluttering purge of 2016 through 2019, those are my dates, I could definitely see myself edging into extreme minimalist territory. I became very jumpy when there was
Oh, so
nothing
much
to
of this is
declutter.
just like
I've
a
already
confessional
decluttered
for
everything
her.
I could possibly declutter, but I needed to declutter more. And anytime somebody gave me something that I didn't ask for, I became very anxious or nervous, and I just had to get rid of it. This may be the root of why the defendant felt the need to beigify their entire home, including their baby's nursery, and why they felt the need to post it online. Maybe they needed the social support of like-minded individuals. So ataxophobia is an extreme fear of untidiness or disorder. People with ataxophobia feel intense distress in untidy settings. They may experience anxiety just thinking about being in a situation where disorder or messiness surrounds them. You may constantly tidy up your surroundings or want your environment to be as clean as possible. I read an article about somebody who was so obsessed with decluttering that they like basically live in a bare room. They declutter even items that they need, like their toothbrush, and then they had to go out and buy another toothbrush. And then when they look at that toothbrush, they're like, oh, I gotta get rid of it. That's the extreme spectrum of this case. But I would say that the defendant, she's on the spectrum of possible OCD, possible ataxophobia. Like, let's say during her kid's first birthday, given the amount of control that she needs for the aesthetic, we're assuming that she also has a gift registry for the kid. But let's just say grandma doesn't believe in this stupid gift registry. Grandma is fed up with her daughter's antics. She looks at her grandson's gift registry, sees all these boring beige toys, and she's like, you know, this kid needs color, so I'm gonna buy him this Fisher-Price turtle, this bright green turtle. The mother never asked for this. We don't know what the kid wants right now. He's 1. All the gifts pile in from this registry. Everything is the same. Everything meets the mother's aesthetic. But then this bright green turtle comes in. I can definitely see the defendant growing increasingly anxious. You'll see that bright green turtle amidst all her beige wooden toys. That's why she needs to neutralize it. She needs to make everything uniform. She must have order. In addition to pleading stupidity, no offense, she knows not what she does, we are also pleading ataxophobia. We are getting a psychological evaluation for the defendant, even though they may not be ataxophobic. We're gonna plead that anyways. We're gonna plead temporary insanity or permanent insanity. We're gonna get these charges lifted. And even though I'm not a real lawyer, in this moment, I feel like
I have to have a given amount of mess, mostly because I just can't clean it all up.
Lawyer that you see in movies. Ladies and gentlemen of the
No,
jury,
I cope with the mess.
The defendant is a hapless victim. You can see that she did not start off as a beige baby. Having grown up in 90s clutter, early 2000s clutter, having been scarred by the 2008 recession, scarred into going into minimalism, that drove her into beigifying her child's nursery for the clout.
But you say, can you see in my fucking ear, bitch?
To film herself doing it. She's spray painting. She knows not what she does. She is not, as the charges state, flexing her upper middle class privilege. She is not whitewashing these toys to make
Bitch, she clearly owns her own house. Shut the fuck up.
Definitely not thinking about the Roman Empire.
I need.
Do not attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. On top of all that, she has a debilitating case of ataxophobia. Who is the victim here? Is it the child?
The child.
The victim, or is it
yes.
the mother that's the victim? I think
no.
the child would be fine. Deprived of color, they will go out and seek color in their adulthood, which is probably what
unless it's been forbidden them
in the first place. You know, reverse psychology, a tough love situation, because maybe
no,
she
tough love is not a good way to live.
Colorful interior
a good way to raise children. Fuck you.
Turn you into a stone cold minimalist like her. So
fuck
she
you.
Want her child to repeat the same mistakes. So that's why she had to deprive her child of colorful toys. In conclusion, the only thing you have to do, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is to let her off. Is to give her a slap on the wrist.
No, now I'm more mad. Fuck you.
She knows she did wrong and she's willing to atone.
Nah.
Willing to, on probation.
I doubt she's willing to atone. She made way more bullshit.
Here, we want to just add like a little touch of pale blue, maybe some yellow, some millennial pink. She's learning from her ways. She's got a long way to grow. Isn't that what we're all here for?
Too big.
Forgive and forget and
no.
let grow what has been stunted.
Judgment and rage.
My case.
Fuck your shit.
The next day, and we have a verdict. This is exciting, guys, because I think
guilty.
My point very eloquently. Justice will be served today.
Nope.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty
on
all charges and sentence her to redecorate her home. Find a better lawyer, preferably one who didn't come for free. Well, this really sucks. I'm
glad she decided her own defense was fucking bullshit.
And even Gen X, they're taking a crack at you too. Have they been
No. It's not the right color.
Your interior design choices online, dragging you through the holes, and you feel like you have nobody. Now it's time to fight back. I may not be a real public defender, and I may not be a real lawyer, and
you may not be good at it either.
Just know that I empathize with you, and I get angry for you.
That beige mom.
What's that? You want to actually have some self-expression and, I don't know, have some brightly coloured things in your room, or maybe even tattoo yourself and have some sort of self-expression over your own body and surroundings? Boo hiss boo! Put on a beige jumper now and destroy anything of expression and colour. Are you happy now? Random mum off TikTok? Are you happy now?
I actually feel depressed already. And there's actually stains on this, so that will probably actually irk the sad beige mums of TikTok. Sorry. This is why we just wear tank tops in video. I'm just a cog in the machine now, but right, yes, my name is Cowder's Life, and if you're new to this channel, we do video essays talking about things from the internet, and then we all share our opinions in the comment section below and have a discussion. And if you're not new here, look, I'm wearing a hoodie. This is like Cowder's Life out of tank. Well, I am still in a tank top, but I have sleeves. I can make jokes relating to sleeves, not that that really occurs much. Anyways, we digress. Today we are talking about the sad beige mums on TikTok. Goes the clock.
Oh, have a
Anyway,
good one.
sad beige mums are like the new
Yeah, no, I
DLC
totally
to
agree.
horrid
Hi there.
family
I'm a person who had all the
influencer,
toys thrown away as a
TikTok,
child.
Weird, crazy mum channels. You know, we had the weird family channels that overshared all of their life. And you know, we've also had the weird almond mums controlling what you eat, ruining food for you, for your life. And now we've got Boom, the non-eating version of almond mums, beige mums. It's like something out of a Disney movie. They will take away any form of self-expression and color and happiness and, you know, vibrancy and make it Instagram ready. And that clean aesthetic, which is deeply linked to classism, by the way, and we will get into that today. Hooray! But before I start rambling off my points of why I think beige mums are wickedy whack and not all that, let's actually look at beige mums a little bit so we all know a bit about beige mums before we go into the pros and cons, mainly cons, about them. And interestingly enough though, beige mums, or this very plain colour palette parents, that was very wordy to say, actually started with wholesome, humble beginnings. Kind of, not really, but way better than it was now. Basically, the origins of being a beige mum or having a very simple color palette was to emphasize gender neutralness, eco-friendly, non-toxic products, because you know some of those bright colored plastic friends are toxic if you eat them, which I don't recommend doing anyway, and also anti-capitalism, right? Buying fewer goods rather than buying everything. I'm gonna put you out of frame a little bit. And on paper, some of you might be saying, hey, well that sounds pretty good, Cal, so what's your gripe? Well, let me tell you my gripe. TikTok and social media influencers just saw this as another big thing to jump on and secure the bag. The most heinous type of creators on the internet are family channels. People that literally profit off their children. If your primary source of income is your child, you are doing something horrifically wrong, and you are morally, fundamentally, and in totality, a horrific human. You really are. So these channels took this anti-capitalism approach to parenting and they TikTokified it. And it's not anti-capitalistic at all, their stuff. Buying lots of stuff for content. Oh, the irony. One of like the big videos that did the absolute rounds to kick off this whole beige mum debacle was this mother that painted like her Christmas tree to make it fit her house's aesthetic. And boy, look at that. Doesn't that fit your house aesthetic so much better? Who doesn't love a grey star? I remember all the times I've looked up at the sky and thought, Zooey mama. Boy, what I wouldn't give to be looking at that grey star. What a sight. Isn't humanity amazing? How can you be this devoid of happiness and self-expression? Come on. Little Timmy just wants to run down the stairs, knee slide into the lounge on Christmas Day, and be greeted by bright colours of wrapping paper and toys and excitement. Instead, no, he's gonna smell the solvents of all the things you've been spray painting to meet your horrific aesthetic standards that you've got from social media, that you think everything has to look a certain way. It's horrific and it's devoid of self-expression. You're just trying to fit a mold. Anyway, no, we're ranting too much, and this is not the video essay part. Let me show you another video from this creator, actually. So this creator got a lot of flack for this. So they kind of tried to like rage bait pivot their way out of it. But if anything, it kind of like really did show that they were just a beige mum, and no matter how much rage bait they could do, it didn't change the reality.
Join me for a morning in my life as a sad beige mom. I started my day like I always do with my favorite pair of sad beige slippers, but I suddenly acquired the world's worst headache from this ungodly amount of orange. Who even in their right mind does this? Before I could spray paint, fix the problem, my sad beige baby woke up from her nap. This is when she normally points and asks for all of her sad beige toys.
I know she's trying to do a sarcastic bit, but her house really is sad and beige. Having like a couple splashes of color doesn't take away from like the devoid of human expressionness that there is in that house. It's fundamentally sad, and it's not stylistic, it's boring. You're so scared to have a personality of some form of depth to you that you're like, have you thought about the color beige and different shades of it? Your child will grow up to be like the Riddler or something. In a world of beige, wait, no, that's Joker. You know, but anyway, in a world of beige, I am Barkley. Oh, this is really at the detriment of your children, just in the name of content and rage bait. And normally I find rage bait funny, but I think this is kind of messed up because you're profiting off your children. And that's super not cool. These like beige mum creators think they're like getting one over on the internet when they do like this rage bait and like show the stuff they're doing in their household to make it devoid of color and fun. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm such a beige mum, as if they're trying to do something like satirical and self-aware. But all they're actually showing is the house really is a boring nightmare. Like, look at this one. So this content creator painted her like child's little train beige colors, and then she was like, I so totally got you guys, because even though it may look beige, look at all this color and it's all hidden away in boxes. Little Timmy, you allowed 30 minutes of playtime with the brightly colored stuff, then Mummy needs to put it away because she doesn't want you actually having any fun and vibrancy in your life. Now, put down that fun toy, Timmy Bop Boop Bop, and chew on this train Mummy spray painted. Long gone are the wholesome origins of like anti-consumerism and being like eco-friendly. Mummy wants to get the views on the internet, so she's gonna spray paint a train and then you're gonna ride it. Shit's nuts. It really is. Like, you're not getting one over anyone here. Your house is boring and beige. It would have been a really good satirical bit if you're like, you just got pranked, rage bait, and then you actually showed the other rooms of your house and this was just like your funny content room. But in all of their videos, when these people are walking through their house, the house has like 3 different shades of beige and that's it. Your house tastes like unflavored porridge, like a dry wafer biscuit, not dunked in like hot coffee or tea. There's just no purpose to it, unless you're like hungover and you're trying to like just get something into your system. Anyway, we digress. And now I feel like quite clearly shown what the self-expression version of album mums are, these beige mums. Let's get into the video essay side of this and talk about why it is problematic and it sucks, not just for the child, but for what it represents in society. Let's get into it. Yeah. And I feel like initially one of the big points I want to talk about is like this need for things to be aesthetically like Instagram/social media ready, that things have to be clean and concise and tranquil. It always has to be like spotlessly clean and just devoid of any signs of life and fun. And the beige mum will be like, no, but if you look in the cupboards, there's fun there. Look, that toy has splashes of red. A normal kid's room is pretty messy if I remember correctly. I once was a child. Parents would try and tidy up, but boom, I don't know, you want to play with your toys. I don't know, it just feels sad. If you're like one of these beige mums and you're getting stressed being like, oh, if it's messy or whatever, it's not social media ready. People will think I'm a bad parent. Oh my gosh, I can't have that. Someone will call child services. The solution, my friend, is not putting your children on the internet.
Stop putting on the fucking internet!
Not okay. It's not fair. They can't consent. Their brains haven't fully developed yet. They cannot understand the complete totality of being a person on the internet. You're subjected to weirdos, creeps, critiques when you haven't even asked for it. So putting a child on the internet for that, just so Mummy can secure the bag and perpetuate this fake idea of what middle-class white America should look like, you know, it's not cool. I don't like it. And once again, I do stress, if your primary source of income is making content about your children, sticking them online and talking about how you raise them, you're a bad parent. You can't convince me otherwise. You're gonna mess them up. And then the cats will go missing in the local area. It's been so long since I made a joke about these weird family channels curating people that murder cats, so you gotta let me have that one pass. Anyways, back on with the video essay. I've also seen other TikToks from these parents being like, here's some clothes suggestions if you're fed up of seeing dinosaurs and fun things, you know, kids typically like wearing, because who doesn't love a freaking stegosaurus? Anyway, so then the parents show these clothes. It's like, why are you trying to dress your child up like a 1920s minor? It's a child. They're gonna be uncomfy in that. Give them some clothes they can roll around in and get messy in, and you won't be pissed off at. Ah, but Lucas, that costs Mummy £40. Lucas doesn't care about money. He doesn't even understand the concept of money. Lucas wants to eat sand and stick Play-Doh up his nose. But he can't do that because you decided to buy the overpriced clothes. Now he must just sit there like this and be like, Mummy, could you pass the croissant? I bet these are also the type of people at like mummy meetups being like, yes, and then my child looked at me and said, but mother, I simply didn't want to play in the sandbox. It will get my Birkenstocks and Carhartt overalls messy. I just wanted to sit there, eat hummus, and talk cheese with you girlies. Shut up, Tanya, you lie. Your child wants to eat sand like the rest of us and stroke bark and see what texture bark feels like. I don't know. It's just wickety whack. And all of this feels so rooted in like middle class privilege
aka classism. No, you can't look like the other kids, Timmy. You can't wear dinosaurs. Your room can't be messy. You can't have the brightly colored plastic toys from the toy store. They're not good enough for you. You have to have the organically made wooden blocks, which are boring as hell. And you must dress like a 1920s businessman despite being 18 months old. Having stuff is tacky. Having lots of things is tacky and ooey. Mummy doesn't likey. Now welcome to the age of boring, bland and assimilation to be a cog in the machine. Mummy's grooming you to be the perfect 9-to-5 boy that probably also does rattle class A's on the weekend and also kills the local sex workers. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know if I... Anyway, these kids' brains will literally explode when they get like the first chance or taste or even just smell of freedom. Imagine when these kids go to college and they actually get to experience freedom in the land of the free. USA! See, that's a joke. Anyways, that's another video essay. Back to the point and the joke I'm making. Like, these kids are gonna swap out getting A's in class to literally doing class A's. Why? Because you're suddenly just... You're given so much choice and opportunity, and you don't have mummy breathing down your back every second. What's that, Timmy? You left a plate with a crumb. Or is that a gel pen that's red or blue or pink? No! You actually even have to write in beige. That's not even... Is that possible? I don't know.
Yes.
This just makes me crazy, because it's odd, like... It's one thing having an aesthetic, okay, but to also implement that on your children's toys, surely that's going to hinder their development.
It's got a
and
bicycle
also
in it.
maybe just fun levels. I don't know if that's a scientific term, but it should be fun levels. You know, these mums at Christmas are probably unwrapping all their children's gifts the night before from relatives, making sure Tim Bob Blue Bee didn't get any fun colored toys. What's that? You got him a fun Nerf gun that's orange? No! If Timmy's gonna recreate heinous things that have occurred in the United States of America, he's gonna do it with the beige fake gun, because mummy's got an aesthetic that she wants to put on everybody else. Okay? Now mummy's gotta go drink some red wine, but she's gonna put food dye in it, so ignore that. Like, this just gets me so insane and amped up, because it is insane. The need to look a certain way on social media and forcing that onto your kid, which is going to affect the way they develop and perceive the world, is so not cool. There should be a test to see if you're eligible to be a parent, and that test should literally be comprised of one question. Are you gonna make content of your children? Are you gonna profit off your children? And if you tick yes, you're not allowed a child. I just swore at myself. Okay, maybe the beige parents have a point. Maybe I was given too many stimuluses as a kid, and then you end up like me. Thank you, love, a lot. That was really sweet. Anyways, people think these limited color palettes are like something to be proud of, like it's a status symbol. But all it screams to me, and I feel anybody that can critically think / a normal, fun human being, is, oh, you're devoid of personality. You're so scared to have any form of self-expression. Why? Because it might go against the status quo, because their mummy might not be the #1 baddie at Pilates if she's slightly different to what the expectations of, by the way, a male pushed agenda of what a woman should look like, complicit, basic and simple. How dare she have some form of expression? I don't know, like, go buy some bright colored Care Bears as a start. Honestly, going downstairs every morning and seeing them makes me smile. And also, just going back to the kids, imagine if they go around someone's house. Does the mother have to, like, vet check, bug their house to make sure there's no things of color or expression in the house? What's that? You put up your little boy's paintings on the kitchen fridge? No, no, no. Self-expression, bad. How about some pictures of bamboo? Get it? Because bamboo's beige. Anyways, when little Jimbo Slice rocks up to that kid's house and he sees all these brightly colored plastics, and he maybe like sucks on one of the toys, because when we're kids, you know, we put things in our mouth because we're teething or whatever, and you know, it's gonna be like an acid trip for him, or tasting all these brightly colored plastics. It'll be like the scene in Project X, you know, that movie where the party scene's going on. It's like, I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and little Bobby is just stimming and going crazy because he's got all these lovely tasty plastics in his mouth. Then when he goes home, he has to suck on wooden blocks. Suck on wooden blocks sounds like a Tudor time insult. Bro, just go suck on wooden blocks. I bite my thumb at ye, sir. You know? I don't even know if I'm making good points here. None of this is the original wholesome, less is more, eco-friendly, anti-capitalism, because the moment you're making content about being a parent and pushing this idea, and then also having to buy content for this idea to further perpetuate and push the idea, you're really giving into capitalism in its purest form. You're part of the cog machine now. And also, spraying the toys a different color
Oh, the irony and hypocrisy. One of your core things was, less is more and just having a few good things. You're altering the product by buying more products to change the product to fit your weird aesthetic. And I saw this mother get lots of heat because she sprayed her toys, and she was like, actually it's anti-toxic. Yes, it's anti-toxic, but if a kid does bite it or whatever, or whatever, just kids are weird, right? Whatever happens because you don't think about things too deeply, and they do eat it, it's still not good for you. It really does just seem mental. Like they have to do some absolute mental gymnastics in their head to justify this and think they're in the right here when they're so clearly in the wrong. And it's just weird whichever way you chalk it up. The whole thing just feels like beyond silly, and obviously the parents are just doing it because they're trend hijacking and they're trying to secure the bag. Mummy needs to make money from you. If you have such a problem with the fact that kids' toys are brightly colored, why? Because bright colors are good indicators for kids that it's fun, it's a good thing, It's just very simple. Kids are very basic like that. Bright color must mean good and friendly, right? Anyway, if you're so against things like that, maybe don't have kids. If you're so concerned about your house being aesthetically a certain way, don't have kids. That's the simple solution, right? That will fix us all. Don't procreate. But then how will I secure the bag? Oh no. Oh wait, that's right. Yeah, your primary source of income is your children. You're so clearly devoid of all morals. Like, it's such a shame. Family channels suck. They're just not good. And they try and beat bop to shoe bop and make it seem wholesome. Hey, we're just having fun. We're a family. We're so relatable. You're white middle-class conservatives perpetuating dumb ideas about how families should look. And it's boring and it's soulless. And these kids are going to grow up to be so unhinged because they've been so controlled. Or in the perfect world, they grow up to be awesome and incredibly liberal, despite you super annoying white picket house fence middle-class American conservatives like you, Karen. Gosh darn it. It's really hell for these children. They are the ones that lose out on all of this, the children. Such a big L for their cognitive development. And I bet the mums are being like, how? We're just doing aesthetics. No, because having these fun, brightly coloured things is just normal. And when you see the other kids playing with these things, you'll want to have them too. And when you go home, you've got your things your mum spray painted, and she's probably then in the cupboard huffing that spray paint to do all the mental gymnastics to justify this weird behaviour. I get maybe having your lounge this colour, but not your child's rooms. And this one as well, this video of this child's room, this is bleak. The comments being like, it must be so good for them at night time. No, it's just boring. Having a room that doesn't represent you at all. Having your own room that you can customize yourself as a child, or at least as you grow up, it's just nice to do. Put your own posters up. No, you can't put that poster up, Mummy. It doesn't suit Mummy's aesthetic. Boo hiss boo, Belinda. I've given these women so many different names. I hope you can keep up, because I can't. And I feel like the conclusion for this video is just the same as every other video I do talking about family channels. It's these family channels get so used to making money off parenthood, making money off being a family, and letting people into their life as a family, that they end up having to do these weird mental gymnastics to justify it and to make it seem like a good way to bring up their children when it's not. The conclusion to all of this is your children shouldn't be on the internet, okay? There's just no logical reason. They can't consent, they're too young, they can't think about the ramifications of all of this, and you're just whacking them on the internet. And I'm sure if this content didn't get loads of likes, you just trend hijack something else. But the fact it means you're going to continue perpetuating these ideas of being a beige mum and giving them boring toys or spray painting their toys. It's only a matter of time before someone doesn't do it with non-toxic spray paint, then the kids get ill, or just something sad happens. It's not cool to put these ideas on the internet, even if you're doing it as rage bait, but you're not really, because when we see the rest of your house, it is boring and bland, Sarah, or whatever your name is. It just sucks. You securing the bag and living out Instagram-ready aesthetics is at the detriment of your child, and that speaks volumes about you as a person. We've had so many people talk about how horrid it was growing up with an almond mum. We're gonna have people in 20 years' time talking about how horrid it was growing up with a beige mum. Ugh. Does that summarize it? Just let people live, let people express themselves, and I guarantee you will have a far better relationship with your children in the future if you just let them express themselves how they want to, right? Not trying to confine them to your wants and needs. They're their own person, dear Lord. They have their own wants and needs, thoughts, processes. They like things you don't like, and you don't like things that they like. They're just different. They're a different person. The fact that you're trying to control them to this level to meet mummy's standards is weird, and you probably might even develop a boy mum in that situation, a beige boy mum. Oh my god, the two B's. Beige boy baddie. no, that doesn't work. I'm not really that good at off-the-cuff stuff. Anyway, we digress. Yeah, what a weird one though. Like, it's just mad. It like blows my mind that people would condense their whole house to this color palette, and not just that, but then control their kids' toys and make sure they fit into this aesthetic as well, all for the name of social media. Like, how do you even conclude on that? It's just, we've transcended as a society into some sort of heinous underworld, and this is like one of the, I don't know, infernos or something. But like, let's get a discussion going in the comment section, because I'm so interested to see what you lot all have to say about this. The spray painting, the rationing what toys they're allowed, fit their aesthetic, the clothes, how it's all so clearly linked to classism and trying to perpetuate this idea of middle class America, this clean aesthetic. No, you're not allowed lots of things, you're only allowed certain things, you know. I just feel like I just had every single emotion in the space of 2 seconds there. It's mental though. Let's get the comment section going, let's get a discussion going, because this is one I actually just want to really talk about. There'll be another video essay here. I've been your boy Cowder's Life, and if you've gotten this far through the video without subscribing, that's incredibly impressive. I respect you. And if you are already subscribed, that is super awesome too, and I like that just as much. Let's go team. Anyway, I shall see you all in the next one. Okay, bye.
I've suddenly become a
to hop on and give my unasked opinion about it, basically, and describe to you what it is and everything surrounding these sad beige mums. Before we get into it, it would mean the world if you could subscribe and give this video a
I don't
thumbs up,
subscribe
and also
unless you
comment
give
down
me a
below
good
because
reason.
Your comments are my favourite things.
Yes,
Love
my ass.
the comments, love them. Anything you want to comment, your opinion, just about the video really. If you agree, disagree with anything, I'm intrigued. Let's just jump straight
I made a
in. You might be
mouse
thinking,
again.
what is a sad beige mum? I feel like most of us have heard this, but if you don't know, basically sad beige is anything very neutral toned and basically has had the joy taken out of it, some may say. These mums prefer very neutral tone colours, nothing bright. They just do not like colour, and this can lead to them then putting this onto their child. So this like toddler is playing in a full beige playroom, and people have taken issue with it, so I'm going to discuss all of that today. This is like neutral coloured clothing, toys, home decor. It's crazy. I've just changed the position of the camera because it keeps glaring on those photos I've put up. How do people have photos in their YouTube backgrounds without it glaring?
They don't have glass on them.
Where did sad beige come from? Because we as people make up some crazy names for things these days, and sad beige trend has been bubbling up for quite a while. According to Etsy search engine like stats, searches for beige kids clothes have gone up 67% year by year, so that says a lot. A few things obviously may have spurred this interest into beige clothing, outfits, toys, etc. First, this may be because of the reverse in gender constraints that we have with them very heavily blue items that are for boys and the pink items that are for girls, which, I mean, there are other colours. You don't have to be beige, but that is a genuine reason. That could be why. People see beige as a gender neutral option, or if they don't know what they're having, like you aren't going to stick pink or blue up really. Hues with names like sand, oatmeal, ecru, they don't have a gender linked to them, if that makes sense. Pink and blue really don't either, but I'm just putting this in the way the world is. They don't shout gender whatsoever, therefore if you don't know what you're having or you just don't want pink and blue, it's an easy one, isn't it? It matches everything. The walls are white already, aren't they? I can guarantee. So it's just easy. Another reason this may be happening is due to the environment. Bringing a new human into the world can really up your usage of plastic, toys especially. You may not want heaps of your kids' plastic floating toys ending up in the ocean, but let's be honest, realistically that's not why they're doing it. They just don't want their ugly
plastic kids' toys everywhere in their living room, ruining their vibe. But more on that in a sec. And finally, there is the connection to natural materials that are safe and non-toxic for babies, because obviously a lot of these kids' toys can be unsafe. They can be a bit toxic or made with certain things. For example, unpainted wooden type toys and unbleached, undyed cotton are usually shades of beige, and they're the type of items that are considered to some as more safe for your child, and it just gives off simplicity and wholeness. Now, all them reasons are absolutely fine if they are the reasons. However, this sad beige aesthetic has taken on this meaning beyond unendangered and non-toxic items for their children. I believe this next reason is the main reason why. Like, they are lovely reasons, but I don't think anyone really is doing that for that reason. The beige colour palette also stands for the authority and dominance of adult taste in decor and dressing them. At the end of the day, sad beige only appeals to parents, and that's all. No kid is going to pick beige, and it's more appealing to especially expectant parents who are very anxious about how their new child will ruin their aesthetically pleasing homes and their lives. Parents who identify with the sad beige trend don't want to give up their ideals and compromise on their aesthetic. They don't want their house to be full of tacky sequins, plastic toys, clothes that say like, I'm a ray of sunshine, that are bright yellow, tacky princess ball gowns, how can we forget? Do they do beige ball gowns? I believe it became even bigger when basically this drab monochrome that's taken hold of children's fashion and design was actually first dubbed sad beige by humour writer Hailey DeRoche, or Hailey DeRoche, I'm not sure how to say it. She has a TikTok account where she shows these upscale retailers, and she does it in a very like satire way, very sarcastic tone, and this is all on her TikTok account called That Sad Beige Lady, which is obviously a joke. Like, she's not actually sad and beige. She's the one that really got it going because she was taking the piss out of it basically. So I'm going to show you one TikTok, and she says, quote, "I call this one the blank stare into the abyss towards which we are all headed, whether we adorn ourselves in cashmere or clearance." The video ends by revealing that the sable cashmere polo for babies, modelled by an unsmiling child, retails for $95 from Banana Republic. Absolutely insane.
Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing. Sad beige clothes for sad beige children. I call this one the blank stare into the abyss towards which we all are headed, whether we adorn ourselves in cashmere or clearance. Banana Republic, $95 sable cashmere polo for babies. This one I call the feeling of longing when a goose calls in the cold grey winter sky, reminding us all of life's infinite sorrows. Jumper. I call this one reflecting upon one's fragile mortality amongst the somber grey stones. Linen frock, first birthday dress. And this one I call the $250 heritage leather flight jacket for babies, to remind you of the groaning agony of wealth inequality, the memory of children who go coatless in winter, shivering while you pop that into your cart with a carefree click.
So obviously very jokey. I find it quite amusing. Overall, she tends to obviously mock it, like I said, and she also likes to mock the very lacking colour nurseries and rooms of these celebrity babies, such as Kylie Jenner's son. So in a video titled To Our Son that Kylie Jenner released in March 2022, she basically showed images of her son's nursery, and they are honestly so monochromatic. It literally looks like it was filmed in black and white. And then big sister Stormy, Kylie Jenner's daughter, I don't know what Kylie's daughter, like I'm best mates with her, showing her in her completely patternless beige pyjamas, and then she moves the camera to show Stormy's room, and this decoration is just completely muted grey, beige and rose, brown and white stuffed animals, and neutral wooden blocks. The walls, the chair, the carpet, all shades of beige, grey and white. Before we talk more about the celebrity impact, I want to talk more about that TikToker Hailey DeRoche, and she actually started her account because she was shopping for some stacking cups for her own kids, and she said, quote, I found some online that were various shades of beige and grey, alongside marketing images of children who seemed more interested in pondering the nature of existence than so much as smiling with the product. And she was obviously just a bit like, why are we using just like bland stuff for kids to play with? So that's why she originally started it. I'm going to now talk about the reason I genuinely think that sad beige mums have become a trend and they exist, and I think it's to do with celebrities and money. The trend for muted tones in kids' clothes, toys and bedrooms is seriously catching on, obviously, but dressing your child like a 19th century orphan doesn't come cheap. It's a sense of luxury that I believe celebrities and upper class people started because they love to show it. They love to show they have money. As the plain muted clothes and decor show a sense of luxury and simplicity, whereas colourful clothes and colourful outfits are seen as tacky to some people. However, like all trends started by celebrities and these luxury retailers selling these items, cheaper brands are now obviously jumping on the bandwagon, catering this beige aesthetic to people that may have not afforded it before at the high prices. Let's be honest, cheaper brands always copy expensive brands, it's just the way it is. We as people tend to like to come across as more expensive, especially influencer mums or just anyone on the internet. And I'm not saying everyone is like this, but that is the majority. And this influencer mum, I'm not thinking of anyone specific, but just an example, her love for expensive style and decor then extends onto her child. Because if that mum is expensive looking and luxury looking, and their house is as well, why would they want a child coming along and ruining their vibe with their bright coloured rooms and toys and their obnoxious outfits? And going back to the idea of how some people may be doing this to be more sustainable, now this really isn't happening. Like, it just is not happening, because now these cheaper brands that aren't sustainable are following this trend of the luxury brands. They are creating products that aren't actually sustainable because they need to be able to keep these products at a low price to cater for the more lower class, working class. Anyone that doesn't want to spend 100 quid on a baby grow, basically. So most of these TikTok moms, they just aren't being sustainable. I'm gonna show you some obvious examples of some items. I did a little research and I want to show you the difference in the price of colourful, and yeah, they are a bit tacky looking. Honestly, I can agree. I prefer the look of the certain things that are more expensive and beige, but I would never get that for my child because, I'm sorry, even now I wouldn't want to be put on a play table that's beige. Put me on a play table that's bright rainbow colours. I would just never do that. So I can see the appeal of beige, trust me, but I just would never ever do that to my child. Here we have, first up, this playmat. So playmats are very important for children, obviously, when they're really, really little. Beige one, which, I'm not being funny, looks boring. It has got a little dog on it though, I'll give it that. That costs £89. And then we have this one that is literally just from Amazon. It's got great reviews and this is only £29.99. And this one looks so much better. It's got a mirror, bright zoo, elephant, sun, rings. It just is so much better. And then we have this play table thing. So the more muted sad beige mum play table is £86. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this one does look quite cool. It has a lot of stuff that comes with it. But then we have the cheaper options. We have this one that is more of a classic play table. This is bright pink, it's interactive, whereas the other one is more just like wood, like it looks like the kid's going to woodwork class, let's be honest. But then if you did want a wooden table for your child, I found another option that's affordable. The other one was £22.99 and this wooden one is £29.99 and hell of a lot more interesting looking. It's bright, it doesn't look like they are attending a woodworking class, and I just think it's a lot more appeasing to a child. So even if it was the reason, oh, I want to buy a wood product, not a plastic product, well, you still could, but you don't want to because there's bright orange carrots on it. And this one made me really laugh, but I found a walker, like baby walker, and they're learning to like toddle. So I'm going to show you this normal VTuber VTech classic brand. This is $29.99 and it's really fun. It looks bright. I love this. I actually think it's quite pretty, I'm not gonna lie. And then we have this baby walker here. Oh my god, I was in stitches. Obviously you can, but I'm not saying every beige mum has this, but I just wanted to give an extreme example. This is £109. And sorry, what is that? And then lastly, this one, oh my god, no, this one actually sent me. You know them toys? They are ball towers. You drop the ball down, it spins and stuff. So we have this lovely Chad Valley one, another classic brand. It costs a tenner. Yes, it's plastic. Well, the other one's blimmin' plastic too. Well, I'll show you that in a sec. But this one's so colourful. It's got every single main colour on. And then we have this one, which is £32. What is that? It literally looks like someone stacked their plates in a pile. Honestly, what kid is going to want to play with that compared to a bright one? We're going to be discussing this certain mum and her faults because I found it quite interesting. So California mum Molly Madfis embraced the neutral tone life way before it became popular, and having kids certainly did not change this style and way of living. Looking around their family home, it's just total lack of colour or any personality. Neutral tone furniture is accented with natural fibres like rattan, jute and cane set against their off-white walls, and it's not just a decor choice. She has 2 children, one that's 5 and one that's 4 months old, and they are always dressed in muted shades of tan, mustard, grey, and they only play with wooden toys. Her family leans into that monochromatic sense of aesthetic, from everything from the art on their walls to the food they consume. Molly actually said, quote, "I went to art school and when I was first living on my own, I would constantly redecorate. I still like to redecorate, but I was always really antsy about not liking anything. Then I put it together that the reason why was because I was using colour, and I just got sick of everything so quickly. I realised that I'm happier around neutral colours." And she also added that she's happier and calmer and better equipped to parent by having beige around her. Fair play. I wish I could be calmed that easily. Give me some beige. When her son requested a Mario themed birthday party, she said this. So Mario, like Mario Kart. Quote, "As you probably know, Mario is bright red and exactly what I don't like. For his party, I basically just made everything myself because then I was able to mix the paint colours and make them a bit more muted. That is bizarre to me. Fair enough, you're still giving him a Mario party, but just get Mario stuff. Why does it have to be muted? It's his birthday, it's themed, it's going to be for one day and then it's going to be gone." She doesn't want any of it around her, and also she's using, this is what I found funny, she's using very natural fibres, so you could argue, oh, she's very good for the environment and her consumption's good, she's not redecorating as much anymore, but then she's literally making him stuff for his party and mixing paint colours, make it, oh, that is overconsumption. Yeah, it's good to DIY, but when you're trying to give this amazing, like, simplistic life and then you're doing that, it just doesn't make sense. Now, one TikToker that I feel like everyone went kind of crazy over is this woman here. This is crazy. So, of course, like everything, this trend has taken an extreme turn. There are now parents painting their children's toys to be colourless. And this is because they want to look Instagram ready, they want to look aesthetic at all times, and when you have your kids' toys laying about and they're colourful, oh my god, like what if you needed to quickly take a picture? There's a bright orange toy in your living room. So we're gonna watch this TikTok now.
With the vision to neutralize the tree, and I can already hear you thinking that I'm gonna ruin my toddler's Christmas by painting over these colors. Let's be real, my toddler's favorite toys are brown cars on each part. It was go time. I originally wanted to paint the body of the tree a brown, but then I realized, you know what, I want my tree to look a little bit alive. So here I am painting an already green tree another shade of green. It gave it a very realistic Christmas tree look, which I love. The gold was way less gold than what I was thinking for the star, but I actually kind of dig the brass antique look. Thankfully, there was only a little bit of peeling on one of my trees that I could easily fix. It was almost time for the moment of truth and to see how it all looked together. After putting on the star, part of me wants to go back in and add some type of glitter or shine on it, but let me know what you guys think. Here's how the DIY ornaments turned out, guys. Honestly, I love them. They are definitely giving organic modern vibes. I might even go back in to add some little velvet ribbon bows along the hooks.
It's the fact the baubles are brown. What? To be fair, this woman seems really sweet. I don't have anything against any of these mums that are doing this. I just don't have anything personal against them. I have an issue with this, the way the beige aesthetic has gone now and taken a turn, like I said. But that is just sad when you think about it. I know it's just a Christmas tree, but why are we spray painting it? Also, again, more product waste. I'm awful with product waste. I'm openly admitting that. I try to be better, but I'm also not living this lifestyle that gives off that I'm not into like waste and using plastic and stuff like that. But these people spray painting their toys, and that is just bland. That is a bland Christmas tree. We're gonna watch some other TikToks now. So this first one, I actually have quite an interesting thing to say here. So that is just a little bit depressing, that room. Very minimalistic. Great for an adult, well, some adults, but for a kid it's not great. But then I actually was thinking more, I'm reading some comments, and this is a bit of a random point to make in a video that's literally against beige around babies, but I think this idea of having a baby or a child sleep in such a muted down room is actually a good idea. I wouldn't have my child's room quite like that bland, but I actually do think that having loads of bright colours and loads of their toys in their room can be distracting, and it's too overstimulating when they're trying to go to sleep. Once you put your child to sleep, if they know their toys like right there on the floor and there's all these bright colours around, they're not going to link their bedroom with sleep time. They're going to link their bedroom with playtime most of the time anyway. I'm not saying about every child, but I actually do kind of agree. It's when the parent take this to the new level and like their child's playroom is all beige. Too far. It's not fun. The calm bedroom, I can see the appeal of. Next up we have this one.
Oh yeah, the one with the frickin' ruined rainbow.
Okay, that is just sad. The abacus is brown and just has shades of brown, and I can't go with that. It's so muted. It's so muted, and her child looks so young by the looks of things. They aren't gonna enjoy that. What are you doing? Those bright toys look so much more appealing to even me. I'd play with them now. Right, I want to show you this one.
Oof. That propaganda? That's like, what the hell? In this room, we play! Or else?
I don't see anything that bad with this playroom. I mean, it's not really
Bullshit.
great. And fun fact, me and my family, we had a playroom growing up. Our playroom, as children, me and my sister, would send these beige mums into a shock that they've never had in their lives. Our playroom was so colourful, like so obnoxious, but I loved it, and I'll always remember I loved it because it had a really colourful rug, and we actually had these exact same, so in this TikTok the woman has those like pull out drawer bucket kind of things, and we had those well, I'm not sure if they were the exact same, but they look the exact same from IKEA, and we had them in bright colours, and I just remember it was just so much more exciting. It was such a small thing, but I always will remember my playroom, and I genuinely don't think these kids are going to remember it's literally wooden, and the only thing that's bright really is the books, and that's because I mean you can't really get beige books, can you?
Give them time.
It's just a little bit sad, but fair enough. Maybe our kids are a bit older, but I don't know. This next one we're gonna watch.
Oh!
I don't think this woman is that bad. It is very boring and bland. All sense of colour is drained out of everything. However, her child, by the looks of things, a very, very young baby. I'm going to talk about that more in a minute, but I don't think at that age it's that bad if everything's beige.
It
like
actually is very bad for childhood development. It is
However,
bad.
as start getting older. This next one, oh my god, I have never seen something so depressing in my life. No, no, no. Obviously, it looks very aesthetic. A kid's birthday party. That is literally one day. Imagine you're a parent and you turn up to this woman's kid's party and your kid's like really excited and it's literally that. That is the most boring looking thing I've ever seen. It literally looks like a nurse's office. That is crazy. And also, kids are so dirty. They're just gonna mess it up. And then on the same line, we have this TikTok. The ball pit. Right, I don't have an issue with any of these toys. I mean, the clothes are very, very bland. But for the kids' age, that's fine. Oh my god, everything's wood, but it's the ball pit. It's the ball pit that does me in. Why? How? The whole thing, like, it's so fun when you're teaching a child colours and they have a ball pit and you're like, can you get me a red one? What are you going to say? Can you get me a white one? Then they're all white. So weird. This next one.
You want to have all the summer fun to the backyard with your toddler this year. When you're a sad beige mom, but you want to give your kid something fun to do. Oh.
I mean, at least she's understanding she is a sad beige mum, and you know what? At least she's being a mum. At least she's going all out. That's great. Imagine how much more fun a kid would have if that was even, I don't know, like yellow or like even a slight bit of pattern or bright colour. It's so muted, and it's because the mum wants it to be aesthetic, even in the blimming garden. We have some satire TikToks that I want to show. So this first one.
Blue. Steely blue. Beige. Blush. Greige. Sage. Mauve. Peach. And those are all the important colors you need to know.
Obviously she's joking, because I read the comments as well and she's definitely joking, but it's the fact she even has them. Who, like, kids do not need to know these colours. They just don't. And it's not fun. And then this one's quite funny. Let's watch this one.
Hi, welcome in. Yeah, you can put your shoes anywhere. Just throw them and see where they land.
This is the children of sad beige moms once they grow up.
Shirt you're wearing is a shade of brown that brings back memories. As you can see, all of my childhood finger paintings are hung up on the walls. Mom always kept them in the basement because they didn't match her aesthetic. But look at you now, framed, honored as masterpieces. Would you like to see the kitchen? Yeah, so the theme that we're kind of going for is a bit of an avant-garde rainbow circus parade. Now this is the color room where I attempt to catch up on all of the years of color I was denied as a child. Oh, here are these sunglasses. Some people find it a bit intense. The whole spectrum of color can be viewed from any point in this room, but it's still not enough. Nothing is ever enough.
Obviously that's very over the top and very, very jokey. But seriously though, little things can affect your child. I'm not talking about if you're a bit of a beige mum, but if you genuinely are like strictly beige, like everything, then this can affect your child. And it will give them, when they have to go out into a school environment, nursery, they're gonna not be able to deal with the colour. It's going to be complete sensory overload, and that might be hard for you as an adult to understand, but it's literally proven. And imagine, like, you're only just learning this world around you, and you've grown up in your mum's home and where all your toys, all your clothes are beige, sand, ecru, muted colours, and then you get sent to nursery where every single thing is bright. There's a reason preschools, nurseries, young children's school environments are not beige. I've never seen one. They're bright. They are never ever beige. Not that I've seen all the nurseries, but I can just guarantee you. Now, to end this video off, I'm going to discuss why children need colour. Because yes, it is a bit petty being annoyed about all of this, but let me tell you why children do need colour. It's so important, like genuinely. Newborns, their vision takes time to develop, which means they actually can't pick up on colours straight away. Studies have shown that newborns can really only see shades of black, white and grey at birth. So high contrast colours are easier for them to pick up on. Babies don't start to visually process colours until 3 to 4 months of age, and once they do, red, blue, yellow and green are often the first colours they respond to. So like I said before, a newborn, if you want your newborn in a beige nursery, fair enough, it doesn't really matter at that point, but they can see their full colour palette by 6 months, pretty young. And can you imagine, like, the bright colours are the first kind of colours they actually respond to. How are they going to respond to brown and beige and sand? They just aren't. Colours also play an important role in children's language development. As a baby or child ages, they may develop a preference for bright primary colours. Toys and objects in these bright hues can be especially interesting for them, as opposed to more muted tones, even pastels. Like, they just prefer bright. That's because the bright colours are attention grabbing, and they can provide an opportunity to teach the baby about what they're seeing. Parents can say things like, "Do you like the blue truck?" Or, "Look at that blue truck. This blue truck is the same colour as this blue pillow." This helps build the child's vocabulary for the names of different colours, as well as helps them make connections and notice patterns in the environment. So important, honestly. Colours are so key, and they're like one of the first things kids learn and can actually like see and say what it is. It's also easier for younger children to remember colours over verbal cues, so adding colours to objects can help improve memorisation. Plus, many studies have linked certain colours to brain activity and stimulation. From a young age, children associate colours with particular objects, like yellow for the sun or blue for the sky. Colours help assess, estimate and define objects for them. This can help a toddler learn and therefore increase attention span. For example, a child can link a red fire truck and link it with danger. It's actually also key in emotional development, and Pixar's Inside Out actually displays this. I know, a bit of a random analogy there. As kids grow, associating colours with different emotions can help them process all their big feelings that they're not used to. In fact, by 3 years old, kids usually associate yellow with happiness and blue with sadness and red with fear. Colours can enhance a child's imagination. Understanding colour aids them in their creativity and comprehension of what each colour is and what it represents. So it is very important, and my conclusion is, while a toy that's beige is obviously not harmful, a toy with a bold black and white pattern which has high contrast will likely be more interesting for a newborn, and then from 3, 4, 5, 6 months old, they will want colour. Yeah, you're not going to completely harm your child by giving them beige, but it could stunt their development and not be that great. But honestly, do what you want at the end of the day. I can see the appeal, like I said. It is a lot more aesthetic. It's nice. I personally would never do that for my kid. I know for a fact when I have a kid, even when they're first born, I just wouldn't want a beige nursery. Like, it's kid place, it's exciting. I'd do it yellow or pink or blue, or like animal themed, like really cute. There's some really cute room designs for kids that don't look obnoxiously ugh, you know? But I have nothing against parents that are beige. Do whatever you want at the end of the day. I just thought I'd do this video and discuss. But yeah, I really
be judgmental.
I'm really
Be
sorry about the
judgmental
light on their frames. I am going to try fix that because I don't really know what's going on. Because I don't know why no one else has that, but I do. Like, comment, subscribe. Comment down below your opinions. I'd love to know. And I'll see you all on Sunday for a new video.
Not nearly enough judgmentalness. Not nearly enough judgmentalness.
That is not up for discussion. You can't change my mind. I hate them.
Cheers.
Hop on and give
correct opinion. Correct opinion. Zombie vloggers are bad people.
Hey, do you care about being aesthetic and making your life look like a movie? It's not that hard to notice the trend of making everything you show on the internet cute. Aesthetic house, clothes, lifestyle, cows, biology, illness, and even dirty aesthetics. I swear, you can find anything you wish in an aesthetic way. But what's crazy, for some people, it's not just a beautiful moment or, let's be honest, a nice post on Insta, it's their whole life. And I don't think that's a good thing, because we have something like aesthetic parenting. She can't wait to become a mother. I have nothing against dreaming about perfect, ideal life. The main goal is to find your own way of happiness, right? Let's just see what other people want their families to look like. Romanticizing life. This type of mom. So it's just like a rich type of mom. Well, show me a person who doesn't want to be rich, but is that the reason why you want to have children? Because unfortunately, no one gives you $1 million prize for having children. And as I know, you actually need to spend money on them, or they will hit you with an iPad. As they say, buy one, get one for free, even more expensive. So think about changing this aesthetic to becoming rich, or as I said, dirt can be an aesthetic too. Soft mama era. Again, why does it look exactly the same? And this exact image is considered to be the right way to live. Even though we don't know anything about this family, their parenting, their lifestyle, this still will be the biggest dream of 90% of people. This is what I want my future to look like. Love it, love the vibe. That's understandable. Who doesn't like clean beige house with giant stairs? I'm not trying to say eat the rich, I'm trying to be realistic. Because there is no way you can find a video of a less Insta aesthetic mom with such a positive reaction from the audience. And before even showing you the realistic day of a mom, which I searched for a good 20 minutes, this is what a lot of influencers find a realistic morning with kids. A realistic morning with my newborn. 8:45 a.m. Little girlie woke up, changed her diaper and fed her. 9 a.m. post-feed burps and then sleepy cuddles. 9:30 a.m. My mom stopped by and brought coffee and flowers. I don't know if I'm being dramatic, but I've heard that having a newborn is extremely hard. It's a messy house, it's zero sleep and no time for everyday aesthetic photos. I wish that would be as easy as walking with baby born and taking it out whenever you need it. Like for a cool TikTok video, or when you want to have a seat at a public transport, or basically a lot of situations. Hey, you look cute, give me your number. I have a baby. Come on, you've been in toilet for ages, get out. I have a baby. I'm sorry ma'am, but you're not allowed to sit there in front of the kindergarten window and look at children like a total creep. Especially with that camera in your hands. I have a baby. But let's finally see a bit less aesthetic parenting video.
Welcome to A Day in a Life as an 18-year-old stay-at-home mom that is currently living in a camper with 2 children. You can call me broke, poor, whatever you want to call me. I do have low income. I don't make much, but you know what? I'm doing the best that I can, and that's all that matters.
And throughout this video, we can see that this mom is capable of making a good breakfast for her kids, cleaning up, and simply being a caring parent. But because she isn't rich and is a teenage mom, she received a lot of negativity. Not being rude, but what do you think is the best thing you can do in life? The best you can would be using birth control. Hey Dip, in case you didn't know, pregnancy is preventable. I have no words. Writing this comments to a person who struggles but really tries their best and hasn't done anything wrong in the video. Why? Can you imagine the same reaction to this creator? My morning routine teen mom edition. Packing lunch for his daycare. Playing while eating his breakfast. Outfit of the day. I have no doubt both of these moms love their children and want to give them only the best. And I want to point out that both of these moms are teenage moms. But I couldn't find a single negative comment under the second video. Why? Well, because you can't be poor on social media. You can't be a good mom if you don't feed your kids in a giant beige kitchen. I think a lot of you have heard about sad beige moms. Why do you think they have appeared? One family gives you baby toys, ruining the sad beige baby aesthetics. I get it, when toys are bright, they're more interesting for kids and develop their brain, but she can look through the window and see the blue sky and green trees. What do you mean she's too small to look through the window by herself? I understand wanting your house to look very aesthetic, but why do you want to make your baby see the world through the dog's vision? Cozy coop transformation. You have to understand that your baby is too small to say, it's my toy, please don't touch it, I want to see the colors. Even though you bought all of this baby stuff, it doesn't mean you can use it equally with your children. It's like you said you wanted to have a new car for your birthday, right? I knew you would be happy about it. But I thought the black color you chose was a bit boring, so I decided to make it custom. And don't you dare change it. But did you think about why beige color became so important and popular that sad beige moms are ready to sacrifice the development of their children in order to have the most natural colored toys? And the answer for that is actually pretty simple. Beige color gives off the vibe of rich people. And if you're not but really want to look like one, you know what to do.
This is a work of art. This is bullshit. This is a work of art. This is bullshit. This is a work of art. But this This is bullshit.
Honestly, at first I couldn't understand what makes some of these rooms great and others not. But now I can totally see that it's the color. Well, you know, children need to be grateful when they go outside and see the bright side of the world. And secondly is the existence of fancy, funky chandeliers in the room. But do I have to mention that sometimes it starts to look crazy when you're an aesthetic mom and it's your kid's birthday. Hey Kaylee, we ordered this Snow White castle for your birthday. And guess what present we got for you this year? Right, a brand new straight jacket so you can feel comfy in that castle. What would you call this aesthetic? Asylum core or maybe a lobotomy core? So sad there were no aesthetics in my childhood. The desire to have a better house, better life, better TikTok account makes those moms make their kids' room look sad. Little sad beige room for a little sad beige life. But much less people will follow an ordinary mom than a wealthy aesthetic mom. Even if wealth is an illusion, they need to keep up with it, which is adding beige color. And what's funny is that those creators may not know anything about success. It's more like fake it till you make it. 2040. Mommy, why is our family so rich? Because Dad never gave up. Oh yeah, I see how this Dad never gave up waking up at 5 AM. I'd smash his phone. Just like all of you guys should smash that subscribe button. And like. And comment something. Don't tell me that wasn't a cool transition. Okay, so how to get rich and make your children TikTok stars. Start boxing, sit in front of your computer like you're doing something important, and cry? Such a desirable life. Then I just need to start boxing and set a lot of alarms? See you all in a month on a Forbes magazine cover. Ralph Lauren family. No. This is Ralph Lauren family. And what scares me, even the real family looks less beige and bougie. Like the aesthetics of being rich created more wealthy looks than rich people themselves? How is it possible? And who's going to relate to this content? 1% of the population? Or for example, Ralph Lauren baby. I know that the word normal or a normie doesn't sound like anything good, but I'm kind of waiting for a normcore or something like that. I feel like sometimes we forget that in between posts on the internet, we are still people. Like this one influencer, for example, discovered the existence of water. Becoming a water girly is life-changing. Yes, can you believe that that liquid that throughout the history was keeping alive all animals and humans is actually drinkable? I'm in my water era, you don't get it.
You need to be more realistic. No, that gave me depression. It's time to be delusional and happy.
You can be delusional, but as long as you don't show it as a usual life on the internet. Because what is depressing is looking at fake Instagram pages where everything is so perfect that you start to feel like there is something wrong with your life. Why can't I be as happy? Why can't I be delusional? And especially with perfect moms, I feel like it's even more depressing. How are they so perfect and happy and motivated all the time? The answer is they're not. They just don't show it and keep everything aesthetically pleasing.
This morning, my toddlers really wanted to color, but we were all out of paper, so I decided to make my own.
Oh yeah, that's a normal activity, making your own paper instead of buying it. Maybe I'm too lazy to understand it, and before even finishing this video, I admit I am lazy. Most of the time, I lack motivation and procrastinate a lot. And if I had kids and they wanted to draw but I was out of paper, I would say draw on each other.
Laid all my soon-to-be paper on
Wasn't expecting that.
Before I got started on my crayons.
I was about to joke that these children were waiting for paper for a week, but now we have to make crayons because you can't draw with usual crayons if they're not pretty enough. And the level of craziness is so high that people debate about this content being satire to another creator, Nara Smith, or not. In my opinion, this influencer has so many beige color and so many videos with this exact vibe that I don't get how it is satire even if it is satire. POV, your son turned 42 months old. I mean, it's gotta be satire, right? Who counts age in months? I don't want to celebrate my 264 months in September, it's depressing. But like again, making a homemade cake, buying balloons and calling your kids to blow out candles just for a satire video? It's hard to believe she would do that. But also I can't believe she holds the same face expression and head angle for a 1-minute video.
You know, if you add heavy cream to a jar, close the lid and shake it, it will turn into whipped cream. And if you close the lid and keep shaking it, it will eventually separate into buttermilk, which you can use in buttermilk pancakes.
I understand that cooking is normal and I don't want to pretend like this creator invented it. No, it's just hard to imagine how much stamina you need to have to shake yourself a butter. It's great when you can make things at home and enjoy it, but paper and crayons are not understandable for me. And I mentioned another mom that likes to cook, Nara Smith. A lot of people accuse this creator of stealing content from Nara, but I have to tell you, she was doing this type of videos for so long that you can't confront her with that.
My toddlers asked me for candy this morning, specifically the peach and apple ring gummies. I decided to just make them some.
It's that exact problem I was talking about. Identical content, aesthetics, and promoting identical lifestyle. I mean, those recipes are great, even though I don't think a lot of people would recreate that. And I wouldn't have any questions to this account if it was dedicated to cooking. But a lot of times it's her showing her life, telling how she makes candies for her very patient kids, how she without much of an effort makes a MasterChef breakfast in a perfect white dress. Social media became very toxic for normal life, where you don't have so many special occasions or energy to be extra. Like, who cooks Coca-Cola in a glittery dress? This woman can do anything from scratch, I swear. And it's not a bad thing, but as soon as you show tiny bits of real life, people become aggressive. Dinner with an 18-year-old teen mom with a 2-year-old. You look so happy. You look so happy with your life. Do you smile while doing house chores or cooking? Or you really smile like a maniac even when you're alone? I told you lobotomy core is the next trend. For some reason, I saw 0 comments under Naira's video and she doesn't smile either. Is it because the content of this 18-year-old is not so aesthetic? Or the food she's preparing? There is no healthy food at all. Not healthy at all. Sad. I agree that eating pizza every day wouldn't be that healthy. But why are they so sure this mom serves pizza every day? I don't think pizza is fully restricted for kids, but if you still feel like it's a bad food, here goes video of Naira Smith cooking pizza. Yes, homemade pizza may be a bit healthier than ordered pizza, but before telling how everyone should cook for their kids, fried lard is a homemade meal too. I'm telling you, if you look wealthy, if your content looks beautiful, you can do anything and less people will question it.
Had our gender reveal party this weekend, and I wanted to share some of the party details if you're planning your own because I pretty much DIY'd all of it.
How many species have gone extinct in this red nuke or whatever this is? Like at some points I really thought that a local volcano had erupted. But you know what they say, your gender reveal party ain't a gender reveal party if you haven't caused any natural disaster. And I don't want to disappoint you, but this fantastic and beautiful thing didn't scare future parents. I don't know how to tell you. Well, that's a new trend. If you're a parent and you feel struggles and you can't wake up at 5 AM to make homemade butter, you're not alone. And even if you don't have children but feel bad seeing all of these aesthetic beige accounts on the internet, you're not alone too. I wish more people would tell about their real life, about their parenting and not just the way they dress their children. It's very stupid how social media concentrates around something visually pleasing rather than our true feelings. So that also would be stupid trying to be like them, because it's not their real life. You know what also would be stupid? To end this video right now.
This video is sponsored by Wren. Learn more about how you can make a positive impact on the environment with Wren later on in the video. Hi, I'm Robert Tolby, and today I'm talking about rich people obliterating every hint of color from their lives. If you're on TikTok, I'm sure you've encountered Haley DeRoche, a content creator known as That Sad Beige Lady. Putting on a German accent and taking on the name of the filmmaker Werner Herzog, DeRoche cracks jokes about the growing popularity of children's clothes and home decor that are, well, sad and beige. As humorous as Sad Beige Lady's videos are, exposure to color is an important part of the human experience, and environments devoid of color may have implications beyond just being drab and boring. Color has tremendous symbolic value, and what colors you surround yourself with can be a marker of your gender, your personality, and most notably, your social class. Centuries ago, the ruling class distinguished themselves from the lower class with their brightly colored clothes. While peasants dressed in sad beige clothing, kings and queens draped themselves in ornate blue and red fabrics embroidered with gold thread. Today, the roles have seemingly been reversed. The upper class now spends hundreds of dollars to dress like French peasants ready to storm the Bastille, while the lower classes wear patterned and brightly colored clothes. The same can be said for interior decorating. This was everyone's dream dining room during the Gilded Age. Notice the bright colors, the painted ceilings, and the explosion of detail and patterns all over the room. In contrast, a Google search for a modern formal dining room will turn up endless images of sad beige chairs in a boring white room. The Vanderbilts of the 21st century wouldn't dare let a pop of color invade their New York penthouse apartments. So what changed? It's possible that the wealthy may have learned their lesson. American railroad, oil, and steel barons of the 19th century flaunted their wealth, building their own mini Versailles brimming with color, and were rewarded with income tax. The upper class quickly learned to keep their head low, lest it be parted from their body. Perhaps beige and white became a form of camouflage, allowing one to blend in with the lower classes. As the wealthy's affinity for beige grew, designer brands, which once produced very colorful outfits, had to cater to these new tastes, and now sackcloth dresses grace the catwalks in Milan. This adoption of a beige aesthetic by the upper class has resulted in a kind of beigeflation, a rapid spike in the prices of all things colorless and drab. The exorbitant price of beige products has not stopped the millennial petite bourgeoisie from trying to adopt this aesthetic. Beyond just dressing in beige and painting their walls white, they dress their children in beige and decorate their nurseries with sad beige rainbows and stiff wooden toys. Expecting couples are the primary consumers of all things sad and beige. Parents who have the means will spare no expense to make their kids' childhood as boring as possible. Compare the price of a blanched baby gym from Nordstrom to the price of a brightly colored baby gym from Walmart. The sad beige one is 3 times the price, despite it being a worse baby gym. If you were a baby, which one would you rather play with? A boring wooden baby gym or a fuzzy, bright, and colorful baby gym? Considering that 9 out of 10 babies would prefer the Walmart baby gym, I'm seriously wondering whether parents are even thinking about the baby at all when purchasing these toys. When selecting toys and furniture for their baby, many parents today seem more concerned with how their child's room will look on Instagram and not whether their child will like it or not. Now, I'm no expert in early child development, but raising your child in an environment more colorless and sterile than Hawkins' lab doesn't seem like a very good idea.
Thank you for putting the picture
more hues than
for
beige
data
seems
purposes.
like it would be critical in developing an enriched understanding of the world around them. But what do I know? I'm not a psychologist. As the upper class adopt this expensive beige interior decorating, the remarks about what's best for a child have become increasingly dripping with classism. Parents love to tout their playroom as a Montessori playroom, which is a term that has become basically meaningless these days, as there is no real official vetted Montessori guidelines that are to be followed based on contemporary literature about early child development, to my knowledge. This Montessori stuff dates back to some dead Italian lady who may have had a few good ideas over a century ago about childhood education. The Montessori method has been studied by researchers, and it certainly is not harmful. In fact, it may even be effective in some ways in preparing children for a structured learning environment. But these findings are from studies conducted by experts in early child development. I sincerely doubt the environments created by parents who learned about the Montessori method from mommy blogs would exactly mirror the positive findings of many of these studies. Said blogs are loaded with condescending phrases bashing the kinds of affordable, brightly colored plastic toys that kids absolutely love and bombarding the reader with Amazon affiliate links to $45 sets of beige wooden blocks and monochromatic rainbows. Their message is clear. You are raising your child in an inferior environment if you can't afford to spend hundreds of dollars on boutique Scandinavian playsets. Speaking of environments, let's talk about the environment and how you can make a difference in the climate crisis with today's sponsor, Wren. Wren is a website that allows you to calculate your carbon footprint and offset it by supporting a variety of carbon reduction projects, such as tree planting, mineral weathering, which your money is being spent on, with clean burning charcoal to end the climate crisis. But you can start making a difference today by learning more at ren.climatechange. Returning to the topic of sad beige playrooms for children, playrooms that are decorated in only shades of beige are touted as being a more natural environment for a child to grow up in. But what exactly is a natural environment? Many of the wooden toys, fabrics, and furniture in these playrooms are specially treated with various pigments and chemical baths to make them as beige and boring as they could possibly be. The outside natural world is incredibly colorful, so colorful that these monochromatic environments seem unnatural to me, if anything. I don't know if these parents have seen what the real world looks like, but last I checked, rainbows aren't the color of gently used toilet paper. Unfortunately, the adoption of this artificial sad beige aesthetic is closely associated with a very concerning kind of parenting, obsessed with all things natural and organic. While drab beige interior decorating probably isn't harming children too much, sad beige parents are often the ones feeding their infants natural baby foods that don't meet FDA nutritional requirements, refusing to take their children to the doctors out of fear of them being pumped up with unnatural chemicals, and homeschooling their kids in in irresponsible ways, depriving them of a proper education. Now, I'm not saying every parent who decorates their home in a sad beige manner does these horrible things. I'm just saying there is definitely a not insignificant correlation. But why is that correlation there? I believe there is an underlying factor linking the two together. Certain lines of beige products have garnered a cult following, and when I say cult following, I literally mean a cult. The top consumers of these products have formed communities of parents, and it's within these communities that baseless conspiracies and harmful rhetoric are shared, or so I've heard. Many stay-at-home parents have gone from being a little concerned about chemicals in brightly colored plastic toys to believing that vaccines will make their children transgender. All it takes is joining a group of like-minded natural parents on Facebook who, along with sharing ideas for decorating their sad beige nurseries and recommending brands of boring wooden toys, proliferate harmful misinformation. This would sound like a stretch if there weren't multiple personal accounts of this thing actually happening. There's an unsettling connection between the beige aesthetic, misinformation, and deeply prejudiced ways of thinking that hide in seemingly innocuous stylistic decisions. Despite this connection, I don't think the beige clothes and toys are the problem here. The problem is that we live in a culture that uplifts the supposed purity of fair, untainted, monochromatic color schemes and denigrates all things rich and colorful, branding them as garish and ugly. This problem is compounded by classism, where the subjective tastes of the upper class are seen as the natural order of things, despite how unnatural bleached wooden toys and monochromatic rainbows are. I sense a revolution on the horizon, though. Generation Z is growing old. They're thinking about having families of their own, and they're watching their millennial cousins, siblings, and neighbors raise spoiled iPad kids clad in beige, and they're taking notes. I honestly believe the mockery of the sad beige aesthetic will cause its downfall, and creators like Haley DeRoche and their Werner Herzog TikTok series are dismantling this trend and its classist roots, one umlaut at a time. Anyways, I'm Robert Tolpe, and if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and maybe even check out my sponsor, Ren, and I hope you have a great week. Bye-bye!
There is nothing like a well-decorated nursery that induces postpartum depression.
She went right for it!
Beige Mom Life, beige is all the rage. Hashtag neutral style, hashtag beige aesthetic, hashtag minimalism and misery. Muted is the new morbid. What can I say? I love me some pastel browns. Who wouldn't fawn over a palette that's completely void of gender, individuality, and happiness? Oh my god, how depressingly chic is this nursery? I've always gravitated toward muted tones of misery and despair. In this house, we believe that bold, lively colors are overstimulating to our littles. Anything that evokes joy or any positive emotion whatsoever is a big no-no in my house. I would describe my aesthetic as bleak, lifeless, dull, and pompous. From the art on my walls to the food that we eat, my whole entire life is consumed by this extremely unhealthy monochrome obsession that I forced onto my children. For my kiddos, it's banana public or bust. Babe, I'm not sure what color to paint Jackson's room. Okay, I'm thinking either nude biscuit, skid marks, or camel toe. Ew. Primary colors are for poor people. I tell ya, depriving my child's world of all color has been the best thing for my Instagram page. Yet my children have never seen color outside of brown, beige, and white. It's like I'm giving them a dog's point of view. From infant to toddlerhood, I dress my children in shades ranging from ivory to tan. Once they reach the age of 5, they graduate to more vibrant colors like gray and white. I believe that loudly colored plastic toys and accessories are way too jarring for the peaceful ambiance that I'm setting for my McKinsley's nursery. Really?
McKinsley?
You thought it would be okay to give my McKinsley this toy? Do you know how much red 40 is in this bow alone? Yeah, no, it's not giving me enough existential dread vibes. What people don't realize is that a lot of toys contain toxic materials. Okay, which is why we only allow our kiddos to play with bland, unpainted wooden toys. Forget the fact that I spray painted my daughter's Christmas tree with neutral colors. I mean, spray paint isn't toxic. Is it? Like, is it really that wrong for me to treat my children as mere props by stripping their lives of all color just so I can make my Instagram page look like a carbon copy of all the other basic bitches out there? It's not like I'm abusing my children, okay? Physically, that is. Psychologically, so what do you think? I was going for more of a dismal yet sophisticatingly jaded look with undertones of depression and self-murder. The goal of any room should be to conjure up feelings of apathy, despair, and self-affliction. If you don't experience seasonal depression every time you step foot inside my home, then I haven't done my sad beige mom job, okay? There is nothing like a well-decorated nursery that induces postpartum depression. Colors, shapes, and patterns are reserved for the tacky, lower class, and sloppy, okay? It's all about adding a sense of tranquility and calmness to the home. Plus, an all beige aesthetic is absolutely key for making products pop for the all-important sponsored post. Hashtag ad. It's more about good marketing than responsible parenting. If they even utter the word neon, I wash my children's mouth out with plant-based, non-toxic, cruelty-free, all-natural, artisanally crafted bar soap. What the
Jesus
fuck
Christ,
do
that
you think
will
you're doing
actually
bringing this
make
into
them
my
really
house?
sick.
I don't care if you're thirsty, okay? You can starve or drink out of one of my aesthetically approved Stanley cups. Oh my god, ladies, isn't this adorbs? It's from the Clinically Depressed collection. Link in bio. You can't believe how many mommy haters there are online. So what if I'm putting my aesthetic above the developmental health and happiness of my children? Okay, it's called self-care. My children might grow up to be mentally deficient, but at least they'll know the fundamentals of interior decorating, okay? Beige is best. Every single day I ask myself, is it Instagrammable? Is it TikTok ready? Am I emotionally neglecting my children? Just kidding. I couldn't care less about that last question. You thought you could bring this to play with my kid? You thought you could subject my child to this? OMG, this is way too loud. Get it away from me. I legit think I am blind. I legit think I'm blind now. Okay, wow. It's all about achieving an illusion of wealth and eco-friendliness, which actually complements my already vapid, artificial, picture-perfect appearance on social media. Okay, now this is the aesthetic I have been looking for all my life.
I need to watch that again. Oh my god. I'm like holding my breath, trying not to laugh over the entire thing. No, we were watching that shit.
Like a well-decorated nursery that induces postpartum depression. Beige Mom Life. Beige is all the rage. Hashtag neutral style. Hashtag beige aesthetic. Hashtag minimalism and misery. Muted is the new morbid. What can I say? I love me some pastel browns. Who wouldn't fawn over a palette that's completely void of gender, individuality, and happiness? Oh my god, how depressingly chic is this nursery? I've always gravitated toward muted tones of misery and despair. In this house, we believe that bold, lively colors are overstimulating to our littles. Anything that evokes joy or any positive emotion whatsoever is a big no-no in my house. I would describe my aesthetic as bleak, lifeless, dull, and pompous. From the art on my walls to the food that we eat, my whole entire life is consumed by this extremely unhealthy monochrome obsession that I force onto my children. For my kiddos, it's banana public or bust. Babe, I'm not sure what color to paint Jackson's room. Okay, I'm thinking either nude biscuit, skid marks, or camel toe. Ew. Primary colors are for poor people. I tell ya, depriving my child's world of all color has been the best thing for my Instagram page. Yet my children have never seen color outside of brown, beige, and white. It's like I'm giving them a dog's point of view. From infant to toddlerhood, I dress my children in shades ranging from ivory to tan. Once they reach the age of 5, they graduate to more vibrant colors like gray and white. I believe that loudly colored plastic toys and accessories are way too jarring for the peaceful ambiance that I'm setting for my McKinsley's nursery. Really? You thought it would be okay to give my McKinsley this toy? Do you know how much red 40 is in this bow alone? Yeah, no, it's not giving me enough existential dread vibes. What you don't realize is that a lot of toys contain toxic materials. Okay, which is why we only allow our kiddos to play with bland, unpainted wooden toys. Forget the fact that I spray painted my daughter's Christmas tree with neutral colors. I mean, spray paint isn't toxic. Is it? Like, is it really that wrong for me to treat my children as mere props by stripping their lives of all color just so I can make my Instagram page look like a carbon copy of all the other basic bitches out there? It's not like I'm abusing my children, okay? Physically, that is. Psychologically. So what do you think? I was going for more of a dismal yet sophisticatingly jaded look with undertones of depression and self-murder. The goal of any room should be to conjure up feelings of apathy, despair, and self-affliction. If you don't experience seasonal depression every time you step foot inside my home, then I haven't done my sad beige mom job, okay? There is nothing like a well-decorated nursery that induces postpartum depression. Contrasting colors, shapes, and patterns are reserved for the tacky, lower class, and sloppy, okay? It's all about adding a sense of tranquility and calmness to the home. Plus, an all-beige aesthetic is absolutely key for making products pop for the all-important sponsored post. Hashtag ad. It's more about good marketing than responsible parenting. If they even utter the word neon, I wash my children's mouth out with plant-based, non-toxic, cruelty-free, all-natural, artisanally crafted bar soap. What the f*** do you think you're doing bringing this into my house? I don't care if you're thirsty, okay? You can starve or drink out of one of my aesthetically approved Stanley cups. Oh my god, ladies, isn't this adorbs? It's from the Clinically Depressed collection. Link in bio. You would not believe how many mommy haters there are online. So what if I'm putting my aesthetic above the developmental health and happiness of my children? Okay, it's called self-care. My children might grow up to be mentally deficient, but at least they'll know the fundamentals of interior decorating, okay? Beige is best. Every single day I ask myself, is it Instagrammable? Is it TikTok ready? Am I emotionally neglecting my children? Just kidding. I couldn't care less about that last question. You thought you could bring this to play with my kid? You thought you could subject my child to this? OMG, this is way too loud. Get it away from me. I legit think I am blind. I legit think I'm blind now. Okay, wow. It's all about achieving an illusion of wealth and eco-friendliness, which actually complements my already vapid, artificial, picture-perfect appearance on social media. Okay, now this is the aesthetic I have been looking for all my life.
Tears in my eyes. Oh my god. Oh, this video is gonna get flagged 6 ways from Sunday. As a note, that was made by Jillian Billion. You should definitely go check them out. Holy fucking hell. I'm like fucking crying. More fucking satire, please. More of that. Yes, please. That's a
Hello, motherfucker. Welcome to the Cafe 80s, where it's always morning in America, even in the afternoon.
Thank you for the follow, Morgan Amethyst.
Monster! And instead you're taking these bright colored objects and making them tonally quiet. Gosh darn it. Boy, am I excited to share this topic with you. Beige Mums of Halloween. This truly is a Halloween horror story.
Oh man, I hate this so much. I hate this house so much. Every part of it, I hate it so much.
On the internet, and then we all discuss it.
And I'm just gonna keep adding to it until I lose my mind.
So if that sounds like fun for you, please feel free to subscribe. We're trying to beat this here-old ratio. Community. And if you're not new here, hello again, friend. At the end of the video to decompress, we'll be talking about these 2 wild cards. And also, because it is a Halloween special, Skog has made an effort and put on a Halloween jumper. This is it from the front. Skeleton. Whoa, Skog so spooky. Everybody tells Skog he looks spooky. And then get ready for the back. Skeleton with wings. Skog, nobody doing it like you. Hit them with the blue steel. Amazing, your hat fell off. I'm sorry, buddy. Ooh, I know. Full disclosure, I was actually meant to wear the jumper, but I just run horrifically warm. I'm always perpetually warm. So warm. And with all these lights around me, I would have just been very uncomfortable. But in my defiant rage to beat Beige Mums, I'm wearing a lovely shade of turquoise. A lovely shade indeed. Beige Mums, the phenomenon, not to be confused with the feminine nomenon by Chapel Rowan, is a trend that went around on TikTok like a few months ago. Pretty much everybody with a camera and a mullet covered the topic, myself included. And it was basically mothers repainting their children's toys beige colors, very plain tones instead of the classic colors we associate with children's toys that are very bright, like red or blue or green or yellow. Primary color, I don't know if they're primary colors, but primary colors, loud and proud. Why? Because it didn't suit their mummy's aesthetic. And what mummy says goes. Who cares about child's development? Not me, not me, not me, the family TikToker. Yoo-hoo. And now they're not just taking their fight to home aesthetic life, they're taking it to seasonal calendar events that we all look forward to. If beige mums would have it their way, there'd be no houses outside with bright colours and fun bright characters and costumes. It would all be beige and cardboard, and all the sweets would be those health-conscious bars that are actually paradoxically worse for you than candy. Pumpkins that were once orange, now beige. I'm not kidding you, by the way. Look, somebody took these Halloween Mickey pumpkins and did this to them. These once powerful, beautiful orange, and I'm not biased just because I'm ginger, but these beautiful orange specimens now beige, beige, beige. If this was a scene in like a Disney horror film, I would be like, Mickey, no, Mickey, Mickey, no, no, Mickey. And Mickey would be like, gosh, Goofy, what's happening to me? And Goofy would be like, gosh, Mickey, I don't know.
Gosh, Mickey.
You see what I mean? This is terrifying. This is the plot of some sort of AI scripted Disney film about Halloween, and it's making me nervous. Skog can't even contain himself. I don't know if Halloween should be made an aesthetic team. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I love going past all the houses and seeing it all brightly coloured with all the different, like, horror themes going on. Like, it's fun. It makes my brain go, wow, that's cool. I like that. You want to take that away? You want to kill Mickey? Unspeakable. For real, though, Disney, hit me up if you want me to write the script to a horror film about beige mums taking away Halloween. I really think I could do something there. And I will happily voice Mickey and Goofy. My friends always mute me in Fortnite squad calls because I always play as Goofy. I cosplay Goofy when I play, and like, I'm down, team. And they're like, Cal, that's horrific. Wait until they see my Bane impression. Beige moms, you terrify me. But no, I really just go down this rabbit hole of looking at beige mums and their take on Halloween, and it really is very surprising, and I had a theory on it. There are many videos like this, looking at the beige mum aesthetic, how they're getting ready for Halloween, whilst being in keeping with their home's tones of beige, beige, and beige. And it all looks the same, like it's all like one Pinterest mood board. I don't know if they have a big team meeting via Skype or something, but it's all very cohesive, and it's a very integrated marketing campaign, so I've got to give them points for that. But there was like this dream, and it was like a very popular desire, I think, for people in the UK. It was to like own a house, a new build house, and it to have like this sort of aesthetic, this very just neutral, clean aesthetic. And originally it was like darker colors, it was like black marble kitchen or something, and now it seems to be moving to beige and just very simple tones. And with that you have like, you know, the big white 4x4 car. So I'm kind of wondering if it's just like all that era of people, perhaps millennials, but I don't want it to seem like I'm just hating on millennials, because I'm not. But the kind of like that era of people who were conditioned to believe that's what they should get in life. The new build property with the plain aesthetic everywhere. There's no loud, big stimulus. It's just nice and simple. Is that like the appeal of this? Because it is like just so neutral. That was my theory that I'm working with.
We do think you're a righteous dude. Welcome on in, Sakura.
For that part, so everybody on the beige aesthetic side knew I was on their team for that point, but I can kind of understand why it does happen if you're like conditioned for this dream of owning the new build. I understand you're just trying to fit in and do your thing, but now I'm taking it off because I still don't think this is fun and cool. And is it really that deep? No, of course not, but I do think it's silly that people are taking pre-made Halloween things, painting them beige, and then having them out and about. And the thing is, they're probably gonna bin these things, so it's like a waste of the product when they're no longer interested in the beige aesthetic. They're gonna be like, well, that was a bit dumb. I don't know why I was so obsessed with having everything one color in my whole house. Diversity? No, no, no. Oh boy, zooey mama. So this probably actually does also go into like overconsumption, and it does. I know it does. I looked on TikTok Shop. I just typed in beige Halloween, and boy, I was greeted with so many of these beige monstrosities. Where's the fun? Where's the passion? Give me something to work with. Maybe some turquoise pumpkins. That'd be fun. What would a turquoise pumpkin taste like? I'm getting fresh notes, fruity notes, hydrates you.
Why can't I do
I don't know where I'm
this?
going with that, but yeah. So this is like generally just becoming a commercialized thing. This trend of wanting this aesthetic of neutral tones is now coming over into Halloween. And I even see people on TikTok doing like those annoying, like, buy it in the TikTok shop things. So this may be a sign of the future. This really is a horror story in Halloween, and it makes sense. Move over, Michael. The beige mums are in town, and they're a real scary bunch. I won't forgive you what you did to Mickey. Gosh darn it. I'm not a Disney adult. I feel I should say that now. I'm not. Not that I have a problem with them. I did a whole video on defending them.
What were you up to?
I'm not like a super passionate person about
I can't
Disney.
make this
Sorry.
thing
And
work properly.
During my research into the beige mum world, I actually had to go back and look at one of the big beige mum content creators to see what her take on beige mum, say beige mum or cow, beige mum Halloween was, and well, it wasn't surprising. POV, you're a sad beige mum and it's time to decorate your toddler's Crocs for fall Halloween. The dedication to this bit of even making that Crocs beige it's a testimony. This is impressive rage bait. I feel rage. I actually do feel rage. Rage, freaking rage. It just feels so clinical. Oh no. Look, I've eaten my words. How do they taste? I'm dehydrated. There's some color there. Look, don't you dare paint those gosh darn Mickey Mouse looking pumpkins, please. But this feels so like removed from reality. And I feel like for this content creator, though I think they genuinely do enjoy a beige house and aesthetic, that is clear to see. I think they definitely obviously ramp it up for content, right? For clicks and engagement. They're playing the game. Because if you look at that other content around Halloween, they actually did this, which seems really quite wholesome and fun and would be a memorable experience. So I think a lot of the content creators on TikTok obviously are just playing into the bit and just having fun with it. But also it is good to see that they are giving their children some range of the color spectrum and a relatively normal child experience. Yippee! Anyways, back to people painting pumpkins beige. Why? You're gonna bin these when you get bored of this aesthetic. And also, I should note, just because I then started searching up people just painting pumpkins, if you are gonna paint your pumpkins, maybe don't leave them outside, because, and I'm not saying any of these content creators definitely are, but like, it is no longer safe for like deers or rabbits to eat them if they're covered in paint, right? It's gonna make them ill or worse. That was just like a little health and safety that ran through my head. Unless, I don't know, you've got some animal consumption safe paints, but I doubt many people would have done that. Is that a thing? Please tell me. Educate me. I want to learn. Yoo-hoo. Seeing Halloween, though, that was this really fun, bright tradition being turned into a beige aesthetic practice where minimalism is celebrated. Personally, I think is a bit sad, though, because beige pumpkins and, like, muted bats and understated skeletons is such a stark, bleak contrast when compared to the traditional, bright, fun pumpkins and Halloween-y decor. But I suppose that comes down to aesthetical choices, and that is completely subjective, I suppose. It did feel though that like some of these content creators were making Halloween about them rather than your children. You kind of don't find these things typically as exciting like Christmas or Halloween as you get older. I know you still do because you appreciate it for different reasons. It's like coming together with family and friends and sharing a time with them, which is very special. But as a kid, when you still really like believe in all of the things surrounding Christmas and Halloween, I feel in some ways it kind of just does take the spirit of Halloween and just... And do I need to remind you, gosh, Mickey, what? Wait, that's Goofy. Gosh, Mickey, what's happening to me? Goofy, run! That was a bit of a Goofy and Mickey and Goofy. Unscripted, I should add. Bit of a scene there. Again, Disney, if you want to hit me up for that film, let me know. I'm down. I've got a lot of free time at the moment. But if me and Skog were to be seriously serious for a second, the rise of like social media definitely has a huge influence on this. Social media forces one to make everything like social media ready and making it look a certain aesthetic, a clean aesthetic that looks good on your timeline, on your feed, so it gets clicks and engagement. And that in turn puts an aesthetic pressure on parenting, which is wild. Something that should be solely focusing on making sure your child has a very nurtured and loved upbringing so they become a good human for society is now being but how can I make it look cool for social media, which is weird. And I kind of feel like the beige Halloween aesthetic is a result of that desire and need for everything to look Instagram ready, to almost make it look like it's got that unlived in effect, rather than catering for like the family enjoyment. Think of the children. However, with this, some people will just straight up disagree, and they'll be like, no, this is just great. This is a new take on Halloween. It's better, it's cleaner, it's calmer, it's less overstimulating, which I think, fine, that's valid. If you typically do not like bright colors and all the fun that goes with Halloween and the associations of it, fine. If you want the muted, toned down version and it's still your way of enjoying Halloween, I think that's totally valid. And there we have it, team, the Halloween special from Skog and I. How did you find this scary story of beige taking over Halloween? Dun 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 dun, wee woo, zooey mama, gosh and despair. What are your thoughts on it? Do you think it leads to a bleak Mad Maxy future where fun and joyful expression is silenced by the beige mum tyrants coming down onto Earth like the Necrons from Warhammer? And I'm a space wolf, and Skog, well, you don't have to be a wolf, you can be a battle bear. And we have to fight them off? Or do you think it's just people expressing their chosen aesthetic and finding their own ways of enjoying Halloween in a way that they find calming and relaxing to them? Is this all simply embracing the diversity of celebration and how it looks differently to all? Or is this aesthetics-driven nonsense? Tell me in the comments. Let's start chatting in the comments. Yes. It is time. Team, if you remember last video, I said I was going to show my Team Rockets edition Slowking.
I was
showed
pretty
my
good.
other Slowking.
I'm pretty sure I'm
videos.
pretty
So
done.
there's
The only thing I'm going to add is some
Whoa.
plants.
Nobody's doing it like Dark Slowking. Cal, you say that about everything in show and tell. Yes, I know, I can't help.
We're gonna find some more people complaining about beige. Sad beige moms. Sad beige moms. Try not to find shorts, but it's like, would you like to watch 4,000 shorts? Well, this is the one that people aren't sure is satire or not satire. So let's find out. Is she satire or not satire?
Of children's clothing. Sad beige clothes for sad beige children. This one I call the velvet flare of despair. For she knows that sheep farming is a rough life, one that will bring many a callus to the hands and the heart. I call this one the rib top of existential realization that the only main conflicts in life are food, power, and lust, and that your own small existence will forever be in thrall to this. This one I call the yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of French villas, I will not smile, lest I register my privilege, tie-dye tracksuit, available in somber brown or soul-scraping sand. This one I call the perfect holiday dress. If you are Danielle from Ever After being told you will not be going to any such frivolous thing. And this one I call this one the I have looked into the abyss to see what hell hath wrought. Simple top, $45.
Welcome to Sad. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing. Sad beige clothes for sad beige children. I call this one angry little peasant, and she should be. The wind is cold, and the locusts, they are coming for the crops. And last night, the king's men took her father away, presumably to fight in Helm's Deep. I call this one sad little gnome. I call this one the potato famine did not spark even a little joy. I call this one sometimes in life you are the threshing machine, and sometimes you are the one whose life is in the threshing machine. Always one or the other.
Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's toys. Sad beige toys for sad beige children. Why give your child dollies or tea sets when you could give them toys which prompts them to engage philosophically with the cruelty and capriciousness of the natural world? Do not fall sway to the allure of sitting your little ones in front of another episode of The Blue Australian Cattle Dog. What a waste. Your children should be standing on the barren shoreline, pondering what an ocean would be without a monster lurking in the dark. Mama, they would say solemnly. It would be like sleep without dreams. And what too is childhood without staring into the abyss, clear-eyed and beholding the madness and malice of the universe? It is a childhood without a spark, a low, humming thing, drifting aimlessly without a fear of fire and wonder in the belly. Do not settle for anything less. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing, Sad Beige Clothes for sad, beige children. The summertime, high summer edit. Prepare yourself for suffering. Are you there, God? It is me, a sad, beige child, here with my sticks and twigs broom that I must use to clean up like Cinderella. When will my suffering end? Please, God. Now available in mushroom, mushroom and sand. I call this one the faceless misery of existential dread romper. $70 available in cinnamon. No summertime wardrobe is complete without the gazing into the abyss towards which we all are headed. Terry cloth shorts. Perfect for day to night misery. Available in grey, melange, mushroom, or sand. Betsy, ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Button
Jesus
down,
Christ, these children look so miserable! Holy
so sweet,
shit!
so salty. And for considering how you are but a speck of sand in the universe, a thorny twig in the great brambly thorns of existence. And don't forget our swimsuit collection in such colors as absolutely invisible under the waves, grey, appearing below the surface, cloud, visible below 5 inches of water, brown, and my personal favorite, murky lake water. Consciously crafted from fishing nets, so you can be sure that as you cannot see your child under the water as they are drowning, they did so sustainably.
Herzog's new line of children's toys, Sad Beige Toys for sad beige children. I call this one the emptiness of the universe will slowly consume us all. I call this one, it is good to remember that even in our happiest times, death awaits. I call this one, people often think of parties as days of fun, but I think of them more as days of pondering and reflection on our mortality. I call this one, the king may think that he is a king, but in the end his bones will lie in the dirt just the same as a peasant. I call this one, the miseries and sadnesses of the universe are infinite.
Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line
How?
of children's birthday parties. Sad beige birthday parties for sad beige children. For what better day than your birthday to remember that like the wheat of the fields, we all fade. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing, Sad Beige Clothes for sad beige children. I call these the Spartan dresses of wistfulness, for you can stand in your shabby Spartan apartment in your $139 dresses, dreaming of simpler times. I call these the $66 velvet trousers for fetching the cows, as farmers do every day. I call this the quilted salopette of ashes and tears. I call these the flannel jammies of reimagined poverty, for when you put them on, you long for a time when every family owned exactly one book. Life is hard when you are a peasant, especially a peasant wearing a $65 dress. It is a life of abject hunger, toil, despair. And this one I call is the $58 sweatshirt for wandering some moors. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of women's clothing, Sad Beige Clothes for sad, tired women. Let's shop. First up, we have a scrunchie, everyone's favorite accessory, only $18 for one. Fun scrunchie. Perfect for when you are doing your child's hair in your little house on the prairie. By the way, this whole thing about being loved for decades, I guess if you don't lose it, fun scrunchie for decades. Anyway, this Handmaid's Tale hat. Perfect for your next stroll through Gilead. Now available in camel and oatmeal. Really is Edwardian, is it not? Delightful. Next up, my favorite, the sage dress. Perfect for when you are feeling the desire to ponder your mortality in camel, cinnamon, or oatmeal. Remember, our life is suffering. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing, Happy Rainbows. This design comes in two colors, existential crisis and deep mud of sadness. Of the soul, sweaters. Try this on for size. I call it somewhere over the rainbow. There is probably suffering you have not even considered. Once your little one is dressed, set them in a neutral place to play neutrally. At the end of the day, share some cake and be sure to sing sad birthday to you, for you are aging every day. You grow closer to this. Every birthday, closer to the grave. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's toys. Sad beige toys for sad beige children. Do you like parties, but do you also like existential dread? Then look no further than Werner Herzog's party line, where we can introduce the concept of the black hole of the soul, the infinite abyss into which we all are headed, and parties. Call now, 1-800-666-6666. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing. Sad beige clothes for sad beige children in such colors as porridge, paper bag, and mystery spicy pansies. The like smells really good, but you really can't quite pinpoint what it is. This is what I call the moment of realization that childhood is really just the first steps toward death. And that's the first steps we take from the cradle will lead inevitably to the grave. This one I call Bippity Boppity Boo Hoo, the magic of sadness. This one I call the tragedy of wealth and plenty. Honestly, this is art.
Statue.
This is a commentary on the sadness of privilege and the ennui of having everything and yet nothing inside. And in addition to our tired clothes for tired women, a soft cardigan for soft tears. Welcome to Werner Herzog's birthday party boutique, the Ennui Jamboree. All men lead lives of quiet desperation, so what better time to acknowledge that cold reality than with a cake, representing that dance of aching emptiness and agony. For added melancholy, try brown balloons and a somber crown, and take this time to reflect with friends upon the way that in the end, even our greatest friendships shall all crumble into the sea. Perhaps if you are lucky, they have brought you a gift. Perhaps this distressing goose, to remind you that our souls will all be mangled.
That is a very distressing goose. Holy shit.
Yes, now that you are 5, it is time to reflect upon these matters. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of bouncy castles, filled with nothing. For from nothing we came, and to nothing we shall return. Perfect for birthday parties, to remember the emptiness of existence. Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's birthday parties. Sad beige birthday parties for sad beige children. For what better day than your birthday to remember that like the wheat of the fields, we all fade.
Are you feeling trapped at your 9 to 5? Is this...
Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing.
This is a new line of toys. This is a new line of toys.
Welcome to Werner Herzog's.
She's gotta have a playlist of them, right?
Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's clothing. Sad beige
clothes. We just watched that.
Welcome to Werner Herzog's sad beige toys for sad beige children. The best line of toys for your tot to learn of the infinite, sprawling sadness of the universe. The world is a harsh place. There have been plagues, the consumption. Bring all those to mind and more with this teaser, pre-stained with the tears of the ages. Would you like one lump or two in that cup of tea full of tears? This little one has seen so much already. You can see behind his eyes, and the eyes of the baby beluga, that each day that he grows a little bit bigger, so he grows a little bit closer to the grave. For that is where we all are headed in the end. This is a new line of toys by Werner Herzog called Cups of Sadness in many exciting color forms, including this one, Disassociation, White Woman's Instagram, Deep Sea Depression, and Numb.
Welcome to Werner Herzog's new line of children's toys. Sad beige toys for sad beige children. Do you like parties, but do you also like existential dread? Then look no further than Werner Herzog's party line, where we can introduce the concept of the black hole of the soul, the infinite abyss into which we all are headed. Parties, call now. 1-800-666-6666.
Okay. Let's look at my sad beige house. We made a sad beige house today. We're gonna sell it. Well, first we're gonna enter it into an aesthetic competition. I think I can do it for plants. I did plant 400 carrots to do an achievement. So we did get an achievement done. We got an achievement done. I did not resod the entire lawn because I cannot give a singular fuck about that. But I think we've got some good shit. I think we got some good shit going on here. So let's enter the house from our aesthetic front yard, which took me forever to actually try and make it look normal, but it didn't end up looking normal. We got some beige fucking flowers out here. We enter our beige fucking living room. Very lovely. The toys are all aesthetic and placed on high places so that the small child can't actually play with them. And these are coasters, buns, and cookies. Because I couldn't find any beige toys at all, so that's what they've got. I got the biggest, fluffiest ball of beige fucking things. So here's our beige aesthetic children's room. There's a lot of color here, but I think the children may be able to handle it. Seriously, this is the most color that's in the entire house. And I was like, but it's a teddy bear picture, and it's almost beige. We have another thing, you know, everything is placed. It shouldn't be moved. There's no books on the shelf because everything's too brightly colored, and I don't want them to get overstimulated. And then we have our lovely beige-ass kitchen. Very nice. Very lovely. Pure aesthetics. Even dangling balls from the ceiling. We have our beige room with a reminder that everything that you have done, you have brought upon yourself. Poster. And a very beige, a nice beige, lovely aesthetic here. With another jar of fluffy things. Love that these count as plants. They're just jars of fluffy crap. Dead twigs with fluffy. And these are actually aesthetic photos from some of the quests. They're actually like, use this as the palette that for the person's thing. I'm just like, perfect. I could use somebody else's fashion sense to decorate the walls. And then we have our very aesthetic, very we tried real hard, but it's still a fucking laundry room. And then we have our lovely deck out here. Well, it's not really a deck because we can't actually build a deck. We have our picnic table and a place for the parents to hang out while the child drowns itself because it can't handle the beige. And, I mean, this water's just too blue, so, you know. Anyways. Oh yeah, and a picture of red. Because it's also beige. The mountains are calling, and I must go. Lovely. Beautiful. This also has too much color, but I still kind of like the picture. I love the austere fucking snob dog picture on the love bookshelf that has no books on it. Because we wouldn't want the children reading about the outside world. No, we wouldn't. And all the carrots, which also have too much color. Anyways, we're gonna do a contest here. Alright, value of the house been increased by 17.5%. Not my record, not my best record, but I wasn't actually trying to enter it in anything specific. I just wanted to raise the price. Let's put on auction. I'll see if somebody will bid on it, and actually I will make money off of this. Very nice. You can't even see it. One of the few rooms that actually kept its original shape. Lovely. Yeah, there's too much green, not enough beige outside, but I couldn't paint the grass, unfortunately. But there we go, and I have no idea what time it is. Holy shit, it's 4 in the morning. There you go, say a good pet to the chicken. Nice, good job. Good for you. Like the other kitty. I miss my cat. Alright. Let's... main menu. Very nice. Thank you guys so much for being here and sticking with me, despite the fact that I played till 4 in the fucking morning. I have no idea if anybody I follow is going to be online right now. Maybe some of my friends from the UK will be online. They usually raid later in the day. But you know, we could catch the beginning of their stream instead of the end. If you aren't already following, feel free to follow. We stream every day, twice a day, and sometimes we stream really, really long streams because we get completely obsessed with watching shit. Sad beige mom content. We play all sorts of games. Do all sorts of fun shit. So yeah, we're gonna do see who's online. See who's online. See who's online. Oh, let's see. We're going to raid out to Stephen Lee, who's playing some Fire Red Leaf Green. He's a really cool streamer. And we will say Beige Raid! And we will see you guys later. We will be back when we wake up. Around noonish or whenever the hell I wake up. to play more games and have more fun. So, yeah, look forward to that. You guys are awesome. We love you so much. Y'all take care of yourselves. Y'all have a good night. I know.